Ramsey, what's good? Ramsey, you'd be happy to know I'm watching Reds Pirates right now.
Dude.
11-0 Reds in the bottom of the eighth. It just had back-to-back home runs. Bally Sports, once again, ruining everything. You didn't hear my Bally Sports rant yesterday, did you, Damien?
I think you had just launched into that when I stepped out.
Clowns. So Bally Sports, I guess they said they've taken over for Fox Sports as far as like your regional channels.
Yeah.
And their little score thing, where you see the score of the game and all this other stuff, it's on the bottom of the screen. And when I'm watching highlights, it's completely covered by like ESPN's bottom line. So I'm watching a highlight and a guy hits a home run. I don't know what that means. I don't know if they were down. I don't know if, unless the guy is telling me, hey, Ben Gibson came up down 3-0 in the third inning and boom, look what he did. That's the only way I'll know. If I got the volume down, I have no idea what significance that home run, that RBI, that strikeout was. First world problems. Now, Bally Sports needs to change this. They need to realize, obviously, I'm not watching all their games live.
Bally.
And all of a sudden, Bally went from a fitness center to you just own sports programs now? You own sports networks? That's what we're doing?
Yes, that's how it works.
Huh.
That's how it works. Welcome, everybody. Hit that thumbs up there in YouTube. Hit the heart and share and all that good stuff on Twitch. And we're live in 50
sir.
Busy day. Will Griffith of the King's Herald. I know that's why you're all here. Will Griffith is going to be with us. Great stuff from Will. Richaun Holmes will be with us 30 minutes.
I just saw that tweet that Warren sent about WrestleMania.
Yeah.
That's
crazy, right?
Is crazy.
I think I had seen something like that. Man, that's crazy. 1988, the last time. No Sean, Hunter, Taker.
That's more impressive than the NCAA tournament without Cal and Coach K.
Yeah, for real. For real. Showtime.
So what? Sometimes you really just vibing out. I'm the streets place out west.
And we welcome you in here to the Wednesday edition of D-Lo and KC. Thank you so much for hanging out and spending part of your day with us. I'm Damian Barling. He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
We are busy as always. We are live as always on the Odyssey app on 1320 AM. You can take us wherever you go. You can put us in your earbuds, throw your phone in your pocket. Keep it moving. No one will bother you. You can listen to your favorite radio show. Just download the Odyssey app, search ESPN 1320, hit the heart button, and boom, we are with you every day, all 4 hours. Of course, you can watch along with the show. See these handsome faces on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. More than watching, it's a great way to interact with the show. Of course, if you can hit the thumbs up over there on YouTube and just jump in the comment section. Like my man John Bull says, he's just here so he doesn't get fined.
What up, John?
He knows the deal, man. He's hanging out. There's plenty of stuff to talk about. There's plenty of people to talk about. Will Griffith at the King's Herald. He's going to be with us coming up at 1:47, one of our favorite guys to talk to. And last week, when the Sacramento Kings were winning ball games, he said, no, I ain't falling for it. He said, Lucy's going to move that football. I ain't falling for it. He's going to join us. He'll talk about why none of us should have fallen for it and some of the deficiencies in the roster and what the Kings can do to get better. And Richaun Holmes is going to be with us.
Hey.
Richaun Holmes of your Sacramento Kings will be with us in just about 30 minutes or so. We advise you just don't go anywhere. Just hang out with us for the next 30 minutes until Richaun joins us. As a matter of fact, Just clear the calendar from 12 to 4. We got
every
you.
day.
That's how it
Every
works.
day. Just do it every day.
You know, on Twitch, YouTube, there ain't even no commercial breaks. You don't even get time to go to the bathroom, man. We here live with you all day long. No Kings game tonight. No Kings game last night. Rare back-to-back days off for them. They've got a 3 o'clock practice today. They've got media availability later on this afternoon. And I was going to say I'll be interested to hear what everyone says. And then I realized, no, I won't. I won't be interested because they're going to say the same things, and like it's whatever. Like that's fine. We were pretty hard on them yesterday, and I think by the way, they managed to have a bad day yesterday, despite the fact they didn't play a game. They had an awful day yesterday.
Oh, they had a bad-ish day.
Really? It felt pretty bad.
Well, okay, it depends. I'm looking at 2 games.
I guess I'm just stuck on the one.
Yeah, the one is pretty bad.
Beat the Bucks last night, dude. Like.
Yeah,
I think there's a lot of different things to look at with that. Like there's I mean, it's a great win for Golden State, but they went out there and I know the Kings played the Bucks well. Like it for the most part, like it was a good game. It was a good outing. It certainly wasn't, they didn't roll over and die against one of the league's top teams, but you saw Golden State, and maybe this is what we're talking about, why they need play-in experience, why they just need, even if you go to the playoffs and you lose in 4 games, why you need that experience of being in big moments. We can call the game against Minnesota a big game. Every game from now until the end of the season, KC, is a big game.
Yep.
But that was huge for Golden State. They see the same schedule we do. They see the same standings we do. And regardless of their talk about playing games, they're looking at it like we've got to get back going. Like we have got to get ourselves right. And Steph Curry was out there last night, and you talk about throwing a team on your back and leading them to a win. That's what Steph did.
Yeah, and that's Steph Curry, man. That's
who
he is. He's a 2-time MVP, 3-time NBA champion. That's just that's where he's at. One of the greatest players we've ever seen in this league, and he can do that. Mm-hmm. He can do that. Yeah. And to be honest with you, we're trying to get De'Aaron there, or we're hoping that De'Aaron gets there. He's, maybe he's done it a few times this year.
He's not there.
He's against a team like the Bucks.
Yeah, okay.
That's kind of what I'm saying. That's a little next level, and he's not far. He's right there, and he's 24 years old. He's still on the under 25 list. Mm-hmm. So
we'll get to that later. By the way, we kind of got off yesterday and didn't really dive into that list. And I know a lot of people in the chat were talking about it. We'll talk about that ESPN list today.
Yeah. So, like I said, that's Steph Curry, man. He can do that. Mm-hmm. He can single-handedly will a team to victory, and that's, like I said, where we hope De'Aaron Fox can get to, this year, hopefully.
41 points on 21 shots for Steph last night. It was his highest field goal percentage in a 40-point game since 2018, when he shot 73% against the Los Angeles Clippers, man. He had 30 points in the second half alone. That's 4 straight games with at least 30 points for Steph, and he's, it's what we're talking about, man. He's throwing this team on his back, trying to keep them alive, trying to keep them in the conversation for, maybe just to get to the play-in, maybe to win the play-in games, and to get to the playoffs, to have a shot at an NBA championship. And I know that's far-fetched, but that's what this team thinks. Like there aren't more. Once you've been there, that's it. Like that's the end. I mean, you can look at progression if you're another team. Like if you're the Sacramento Kings, you could look at progression. Whether a progression is the play-in, then it's the playoffs, then it's a playoff series. When you're the Golden State Warriors and you still have the 2-time MVP that you were just talking about, and the 3-time NBA champion that you were just talking about there, and there's a couple of 3-time NBA champions on the team, it's championship or bust year after year after year until that team is blown up and disbanded. It's championship every year, no matter how much fun Steve Kerr is having coaching 12-win teams, no matter, how much he likes to be able to coach, guy, or whatever the case may be. It's championship or bust every single time.
That's where they're at. And that's where I want to be.
Right.
I love
Exactly. Exactly.
Maybe the players are, like you said, Steve.
So how do we get
love it so
there?
much.
Like that's what we're talking about now. How do we? Okay. As much as I'd like to believe we can solve all of the Kings' problems just in one fell swoop, we tried to solve everything Northern California related, from not drafting Mac Jones and taking Justin Fields to getting the Giants off and running to the Sacramento Kings. We tried to fix everything Northern California related yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But in reality, there's no, before playoff free agency. There's no draft coming up before the season is over. The trade deadline is passed. What do the Sacramento Kings have to do now? Like, what do the Sacramento Kings have to do starting today at practice? What do they have to carry over from practice today into the game against Detroit tomorrow? Like, what can they do immediately where it's like, all right, I don't want to do, when I say turn this thing around, I mean, get yourself a win. You got Utah coming up on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like a stretch. You could beat Utah. Any team in the NBA can beat another team. You could beat Utah. But what can you do right now to start setting the tone for the last 21 games of the season?
Well, I think the obvious thing with this team is always defense. When they defend,
what else can they do besides that? Because it feels like that's not happening.
Right. Well, see, I just want to get that out there because I don't want to overlook that. But that's the obvious thing to do: defend better. There's little things that it's hard to quantify. There's no stat for it. But the sense of urgency that this team needs to have, it needs to be elevated, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
You got a team like Minnesota. Even with Minnesota, that game they didn't come out with a sense of urgency, so to speak. You know what I mean? Minnesota was still hanging around in that first half first quarter before D'Angelo Russell came into the game. I want to see them start out and literally take it possession by possession and try to win every possession, both on the defensive end and on the offensive end. No Trent Dilfer here, but like, hey, we're coming out here and we are locked in, laser focused on not only beating this team, but let's create some separation here. Let's create a situation where, we are imposing our will offensively, and then defensively, we're doing our job as well. Something that can be quantified is I want to see this team rebound the ball a little better.
Okay.
You mentioned it yesterday. Keep getting out rebounded. And we're going to have them on here a little later. But I'm not just saying it because we are, but that's also not on Richaun Holmes. I've been saying for a minute, yeah, you're playing small ball. I need my guards to go in there. I need everybody to gang rebound. Maybe it's a situation where Holmes and Barnes box out, and then my guard comes in there and cleans up the boards after that. But you can't be so focused on trying to leak out and get easy buckets that you forget to secure the possession and leave it all on your big guys. I want to see them as a team rebound a little better.
Okay. Okay. So I mentioned that there's no draft. I mentioned that there's no trade deadline. I mentioned that there's no free agency to happen within the course of the next couple of months. Is there a growth spurt that's going to happen with the Sacramento Kings? Are they going to be able to get bigger? Because it feels like that's where now you could probably make a pretty fair argument, and there may be statistics to back this up, that say the Kings weren't a very good rebounding team before the lineup change, before they, quote, went small.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe it's gotten worse. Even at that, it's gotten worse. And I think Will Z had the stats up here in the chat yesterday that their rebounding numbers have gone down since this lineup switch. So how do you? I mean, simplest way to ask the question: like, how do you get more rebounds when you're smaller? You know what I mean?
You got to gang rebound. You got to get all five guys getting in there. We were pretty hard on Buddy yesterday, but one thing that I will say, he had 7 rebounds on the night. I need Buddy with 7 rebounds. I need Tyrese Halliburton to get in there and get 7 rebounds. I need De'Aaron Fox to have 5-6 rebounds on the night. You got to gang rebound. These guys that come in off the bench, Terrence Davis, you got to get on the boards.
Mm-hmm.
It's a long way. You get that's got to be a mission for everybody involved. Hey, we're having a hard time on the boards. We all got to go board. We don't have the luxury of having 3 big guys out there and being able to leak out as guards. We got to go in there and all 5 guys, because they're not sending all 5 guys to the board on the offensive end.
Yeah.
So you need all 5 guys on the defensive end to secure that rebound.
So they need to be the very literal team sense of crash the boards.
Yes.
That shot goes up. They all need to be. They all need to be.
It needs to be a concerted effort, man.
Mm-hmm.
It can't just be a throwaway number or a throwaway stat. They got to go in, Kenny's keys and say, yo, we've got to win on the boards tonight. We've got to, as a group, as a team, we have to win on the boards tonight. And I think that's got to be their mindset.
Richaun is 15th in the league in rebounding.
It's pretty good.
I was looking up Richaun's numbers yesterday. I thought, man, looking at his name kind of in the category of some of these other players, it got me to thinking a little bit about Richaun. Of course, he's going to join us here in 15 minutes. We'll talk more about what those numbers say and more about, ultimately, we'll talk about his future, but there's still room. And I know Richaun's 28 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Him getting his first big run in the league here with Sacramento, I still think there's areas in his game that can grow.
Mm-hmm.
I still think Richaun can get better, man. We'll talk about that. We'll talk with him. We'll talk with Richaun Holmes when D'Lo and KC continue here. We're just getting started on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's ESPN 1320.
So I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen those commercials for sports clips? The barbershop?
The barbershop, yeah.
Yeah, and they're like, come in here and get your hair cut. And we got the games on all over the place. And I'm sitting there and I'm almost like, where the hell were y'all getting your hair cut before?
Yeah.
I ain't never been in no barbershop where the game ain't on. Where are y'all getting your hair cut?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Y'all go to a different barbershop than me and Kenny go to. You might not be able to hear the game, but the game is on.
This is a thing. This is a selling point. It's not the way of life.
Come watch the game. All right. It's like the next selling point is going to be, come have a conversation with your barber.
Conversation cuts.
My barber know all my damn secrets. I don't know what you talking about. Oh, sorry, John. We gotta we over under. I love you, buddy. But did you think none of us knew this? He hasn't played. We know. Literally everybody. There's a certain point where we have to retire stats, and I think it's time we retire this number. Here are the rebounding numbers from Will Z. Last 12 games down to 40.8, 42.4. Before that was 27th in the league. So they just went from bad to worse. So I don't know. Richaun 26. I don't know why I thought he was older. Okay. All right. So hey,
what's going on?
Cheryl in Baltimore. We worldwide.
More in the house.
Worldwide Cheryl. Cheryl in Elk Grove and worldwide Cheryl. That's how we roll. This made me laugh. Oh man. Yeah. Our barber shops are not the same. They are not the same. Do your barbers now have the ring lights? Do they have ring lights?
Sure.
Oh yeah. Man.
Shout out to my guy June, man. Yeah, we definitely got the well, I never get my hair cut from a barber, but I take Reese. Mm-hmm. And yeah, the ring lights everywhere. Yeah.
If your barber hands you the mirror when he's done, you've got the wrong barber. I ain't looked in a mirror for in a decade and a half. Ain't happened.
You're not family yet. If he
y'all
hands you the mirror.
You're still in the dating stage. Still in the dating stage. Hey, Ramsey, how was the game yesterday? I mean, besides the obvious, how was the game yesterday? How was it being at a live sporting event? All right. Well, that's because you're in Vegas, Murph, so it's different. It's different down there. It's different. Y'all didn't hear that, but Jesse's cutting up.
First ballot.
Jeez.
Hit the show up live on Twitter at D-Lo and KC. Now, back to D-Lo and KC.
Indeed, we already here, and the chat's acting up a little bit. Take part in the fun. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Richaun Holmes set to join us here in about 13 minutes or so, give or take a few. I mean, the team does have practice today. So we're going to talk to Richaun Holmes before practice.
Talking about practice, man.
Talking about they need it. I guess. I don't know. I don't know if their issues can be fixed through practice. I don't know that. Can they?
Yeah, you get to talk about some things.
You need like a Michael Jordan, Steve Kerr practice. That's what you need. Like you need one of those testy practices where Phil Jackson isn't calling fouls, and sometimes
you know I'm all for one of those practices.
But there's no in that sense. Not talking about the player. In that sense, there's no Michael Jordan on the team, though.
No.
Like who's the one who would do that? Again, we're not advocating for this, by the way. I'm just saying, who would be the one who would be so fired up towards practice, or like the scene with Kobe Bryant where I can't remember who's D'ing him up, but he elbows him in the chest and he looks over at the coach and winks. Who's that guy? That guy doesn't exist.
If I had to guess, I'm just guessing. It might be one of the new guys. Terrence Davis, Chris Silva.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe one of those guys. Maybe does Halliburton have some of that in him?
Oh, it doesn't feel like it. I know he looks like Doug Christie, but I don't know that he's got Doug's fiery player temper. Like Doug the person doesn't seem to have that temper at all. Doug the player, different. Yeah. Doug the person, that's not him. Halliburton, I feel like Tyrese is closer to Doug the person than Doug the fiery player in that sense.
One of the things that makes me think that he might have it in him is I think Tyrese will pop off, like as far as like start talking. And typically you start talking like that, you get fired up, you get turned up if something happens, a different way. So I think Tyrese might have a little bit of that in him. But off the top of my head, like looking at that roster, and so Richaun, I think Richaun has it. He plays intense. But I don't think Richaun is mean. Like, you got to be a little mean to do something like that.
Sure.
You understand what I'm saying? Like he's intense. He plays with a certain level of energy, but Richaun is a hell of a nice guy.
That's true.
He's a hell of a nice guy. Comes from a great family, all that. So I don't think he'd be the one to like pick a fight, which is probably what I'm asking for.
That is exactly what you're asking for. You love physicality. And that's kind of, I mean, that's what I was asking. Like, can the issues that the Kings have be fixed through practice? Like if effort is the problem, do you fix that during practice? Like the teams, these are grown men. Like you were saying that yesterday. You say that regularly when we talk about the frustrations of this team, and we talk about Luke Walton, and we've got to point fingers and blame somebody and all this different stuff. These are grown men. And if all we're asking for, if all you're asking for in this sense is just put forth the effort, then how do you address that on a non-game day at 3:00 in the afternoon?
No.
Because that feels like a talking to. Like I mean, and like at this point, and I think this is the most frustrating part of all this is like, well, 51 games into the season,
right?
You're not motivated yet. Like you're not fired up yet. You're not ready to go yet. Like what are we waiting for?
Yeah.
What do you need to do?
I'm not sure, man. I'm really not sure. But look, regardless of if we have the answers or not, and we don't seem to have the answers right now, it's still here. It's still here. You know what I mean? And where I say it was a bad-ish night last night is Milwaukee lost to Golden State, and that hurt, put you 2 games behind Milwaukee. But like Ramsey pointed out earlier, Atlanta took care of business. Beat New Orleans.
Atlanta hit like, what was it, 11 threes?
Yeah.
They were like, I think 11 of 11 in the third quarter from three.
They were cooking.
Couple logo threes in there from your boy Trae Young.
I keep on because I listened to a whole conversation about this thing. We'll talk about it later, the under 25. But it's really interesting, some of the stuff I saw. But to your point, we're extremely frustrated with the Sacramento Kings and what they have going on. You mentioned it the other day. What if I was a Pelicans fan? Like that would baffle the hell out of me.
Yeah.
That don't make no sense that they have Ingram and Zion.
Well, that's we love De'Aaron, but he wasn't anointed. Like Zion was anointed. Like he had presidents watching him. He had ex-presidents watching him. He had like a sold out college arena watching him, like a sold out arena of dignitaries to watch him. Like it was his shoe blew out. What shoe was it? We've got to investigate. Then we've got to go. Who is Paul George's shoe? Go interview Paul George and find out what he thought about Zion Williams' shoe. Like that, dude. Zion's he's that LeBron level of hype. Like that's not what De'Aaron is. And there's, it's David Griffin. It's a championship general manager right there.
I had to hear so much about Griff.
Oh, Griff. Well, wait a minute. What's that tone? Griff is a good general manager.
He's good. He's good. He is. He's good.
Okay. All right.
But I heard about Griff like he was Jerry West. That's all I'm saying.
I think he's respected.
Look at all the picks he got for that Anthony. He fleeced the Lakers. Did he really?
Well,
Did he really?
Well, no. Like, one, can we retire the term fleeced? Like, let's retire that term forever. But two, I thought Griff in the situation with New Orleans, at least, and let's not forget he did a hell of a job in Cleveland, and I'd argue being a coach for LeBron James and being a general manager for LeBron James are two of the hardest jobs in the National Basketball Association. But I thought he did as good of a job as you could possibly do with the Anthony Davis situation.
He did fine. He did fine. Like this is my thing. It's okay to say he did fine. He did good. The hyperbole that went on. Well, Griffith, look at all these picks he has.
This is what I tell you. Like sometimes you just got to turn it off. Sometimes you got to turn the podcast off. Sometimes you got to walk away from Bill Simmons. Sometimes you just can't put Bill Simmons in your earbuds, man. You can't do it because I know that's where you get a lot of this stuff from. I know it's from Bill Simmons.
Griff is a cool GM. Like I don't have anything against him, anything wrong with him. He's good. But I'd be frustrated as hell though.
I'm more curious about the Stan Van Gundy hire, who I do like. I just was really surprised when that hire was made. I love Stan Van Gundy, the TV guy. I thought he was really good. I enjoyed the hell out of him. Adore Stan Van Gundy, the social media guy. But the coach was like, okay, didn't see that one coming. But Griff, he's smarter than the rest of us when it comes to this stuff. And now I'm watching, and it goes, ooh. Well, I mean, with Monty, at least he can go, I didn't hire Luke, so it ain't my problem. But with Griff, it's like, whoops, or like I'm not sure. That's a tough one. That Pelicans one is a tough one.
Trading for Steven Adams and giving him an extension, letting Drew Holiday go. And as Ramsey would say in the chat, JJ Redick definitely disagrees with Kenny's last statement about David Griffin being good.
Yes, he very much does. I mean, Griff is a businessman. Like he's I don't know that he's he JJ Redick. He'll tell you all about it in detailed fashion. He'll tell you all about it as Richaun Holmes is set to join us here in just a couple of minutes. I mentioned this to you a moment ago. Richaun Holmes is 15th in the league in rebounding, and this is really his breakout season. This is his breakout stretch in the NBA with the Sacramento Kings. It's the most opportunity that he's ever gotten. We know that he played, I think, with Phoenix before. He obviously had some time in Philadelphia, but this is where he's really been able to establish himself. He was a later free agency signing. He wasn't even the big signing at that position. It was Dwayne Dedman. And if you want to give Luke Walton credit somewhere. I'm assuming this was Luke Walton's decision. Maybe you got to give Luke and Vlade credit. I'm not really sure, but they had thrown all this money at Dwayne Dedmon, and 4 games into the season, they realized, okay, this ain't it. They realized what most Kings fans knew when the signing was done. Like, okay, that ain't it. But this Richaun Holmes guy is playing. Yeah. Let's put him into the starting lineup, and he gets out there, and he, hasn't looked back since. And I just think in terms of, and I know I think we established as there was a back and forth on the chat, he's turning 28 shortly. I still think he has room to grow with like time on the floor and being a 30+ minute per guy, 30+ minute per game guy. Mm-hmm. I think he has a lot he has a lot that he could do in the game that can grow, and he could still be that. Like, there are still facets of his game that can get better.
I agree. I think that one thing that Richaun Holmes tends to do, which is an absolute plus, is whatever the team is looking for, he'll find a way to give it to you. So right now, for instance, they're not asking him to score on the block. They're not saying, hey, get on the block, work on your post-ups, things of that nature. But I firmly believe that he can incorporate that into his game. And if they came in next year and was like, we want to feature you a little bit on the block, give you some post-up opportunities, he would work on his game to incorporate that into his game. Mm-hmm. I've seen him work. I'm just a big believer in his work ethic and his IQ for the game and IQ for what the team needs. He'll give you, in my opinion, or at least attempt to give you and try to work on whatever the team is asking for. Love that about him.
Absolutely. It's why he's one of our favorite players, if not our favorite player on the roster. And when I, look at him being like 15th in the league and rebounding, like he's starting to get into that category of, and, unfortunately for Richaun, like it's similar to De'Aaron Fox when talking about the All-Star game, like stuff like this won't happen when you're talking about like all defensive third team or second team, first team. You start seeing him in the company of names like, again, you talk about that top 15 list. It's like, wow, okay, rebounding's a big part of defense. Like, okay, what can he do? Oh, well, there's a problem here. The Kings are historically bad on defense. And so there's no player that you can even put anywhere near an all-defensive team. But I look at Richaun Holmes, and I think one of the criticisms, if you can call this a criticism for Richaun, was that he's a good defender because of his activity. Mm-hmm. Like maybe he's not reading a play, maybe he's not following a play, but his hustle, his instincts, his quick reaction is what gets a lot of things done for him on the defensive end.
Yeah.
I know we had some friends in San Francisco yesterday who were saying, man, he jumps twice before some guys jump once.
Yeah. His IQ, his understanding of not only defense, but the team defense is underrated. In my opinion, it's completely underrated, where it just kind of gets glossed over. It's like, and I'm guilty of it too, but it gets glossed over as, oh, he's just hustling. No, he has an understanding of not only where he's supposed to be, but where his other teammates are supposed to be and what the next play is supposed to be. You see it a lot of time with these chase downs, how he lurks for these chase downs and gets those and pins them against the backboard.
Mm-hmm. Which is such a hustle play. Like it's there's a certain like timing that goes involved with it. And like you talk about basketball IQ, like there's a certain point where the chase down block is essentially an art. Like everything has to be timed perfectly, but it starts with hustle. Right. If you're not, if you're not moving the way that you should on that play, it doesn't matter what else you've timed right. It's not going to work. Like that is a hustle play.
Yeah. Did you see that clip of the kid from Baylor? And somebody talked about like hustle is a skill or something like that.
No, but we can get to that in just a little bit as we welcome in the guy we're talking about, Richaun Holmes of your Sacramento Kings. Richaun joining us courtesy of Humanly. Candidate screening, scheduling, and engagement at scale removes bias from the employment process, helping create a diverse work environment for everyone, regardless of sex, color, nationality, or neural status. Spend more face time with top candidates. That's Humanly. Richaun, we welcome you in here. Don't mind us. We're just admiring your game here as you're one of our favorite players on the roster. What part of your game do you think can get better right now?
For me personally, I just think shooting the three ball. You know, that's one thing that I've always focused on, wanting to get better and wanting to improve on, and something I continue working on. So I think that's definitely something to me.
Explain that a little bit to me, Richaun, because when I got introduced to you when you were in Philly and seeing your game, and even in Phoenix, it seemed like you shot the three ball, and you look at how you shoot free throws, you shoot it as well as, if not better than anybody on the squad. So when you say you want to shoot the three ball better, is it just maybe get more looks at it or get more reps to get more comfortable shooting the three ball?
I think it's a mixture of both, you know, just getting some game time reps as well as, you know, just continue to put in the work and practice, you know. So, you know, when the time comes, you know, I'll be ready for the opportunity, and, you know, it'll happen.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way that you could turn a 3-point shot into a push shot? Because if you'd arguably
first time somebody's asked you that.
you would be the greatest 3-point shooter in history if you could figure out a way to do it.
You know, you never know. I might try it one day. I just might try it one day and see if I can get the feel for it. So maybe be on the lookout.
We'll take that as a shout out to us if you ever do it in a game.
Right. Absolutely.
How much of defense we were just talking about, and we know this is, you know, not exactly a glowing time to be talking about defense with the Sacramento Kings, but for you, like, how much of defending is instinctual?
I think it's a lot of it, honestly, you know, and how defense becomes instinctual, especially in the NBA, because there's so many talented players. You know, you really have to watch a lot of film. I know myself, I'm more of a visual learner, and so I had to watch a lot of film just to try to put myself in the best position to try to play good defense, you know, because it's going to be hard to stop players at this level. So, you know, you have to just try to take every advantage you can get, honestly.
You got some big time blocks this year, Richaun, and they've been timely. There's a couple of late fourth quarter ones. Is there a defensive stop that stands out to you at all?
I'm not sure if there's like a particular defensive stop. I just know a game I think about is the fourth quarter in Boston earlier. I just remember how on the string we were as a team, how we were communicating, but we were in the right spots, we were covering for each other. And that's just a particular game that performance as a team, that defensive performance, I think was one of our best of the season.
Right.
It's interesting. You use that term on the string. I feel like we've heard that a couple of times here this year. What has to happen for, you know, you and your teammates to really be in sync and on that string defensively that you're talking about?
And like I said, we just have to continue to, you know, like watch film and really dive into the mental side of it, because we have a lot of athletes on our team, you know, guys who can move their feet and, you know, be in places that make spectacular plays on the defensive end. I just think we have to dive more into the mental side. You know, there's some young guys there, and we just have to understand, you know, how we have to guard every possession throughout the 48 minutes of an NBA game.
So, Richaun, take us just a little bit into the locker room here, because you guys had a tough loss against Minnesota. You lost 4 straight at this point, and we're all frustrated here. But trust me, I know nobody's more frustrated than you and your teammates in that locker room. But you look at the situation, and regardless of how you're getting there, you're still in this mix for the playing game, still in this mix for any seed between 7 and 10. What's the mentality right now? Is it just kind of, hey, shake it off and we're going to go from here and keep moving and try to reach our goal? Well, how's the vibe in the locker room right now?
Most definitely. You know, we understand that, you know, we haven't played the type of basketball we need to play in order to win at this level, you know, especially, you know, trying to push for the playoffs. And so I think for us, it's about going in and, you know, just focusing on the mistakes that we can control, you know, mistakes that we're making, you know, live ball turnovers, things of that sort. You know, we just focusing on, you know, little things, you know, because it's a very slim margin for error for us right now. So we just trying to do our best to, you know, focus on the things we do well and maximize those things while minimizing the mistakes we can control.
What will be the focus today at practice? You know, it's a rare 2 days in a row where you guys haven't played a game, just with this compacted schedule being the way that it is. What will practice be like today when you guys get on the floor?
I think it's going to be a lot of film, watching what we went wrong the last few games, getting the chance to just debrief and, talk about different coverages and different things of that sort. And then, we'll get out on the floor and, just try to run through some things, I think, so our bodies can have memorization, after we, get our minds through it and just get some muscle memory working. And, just come out with during the next game with kind of refreshed and ready to go.
Richaun, I've heard a couple of times this year where, when it seemed like maybe you guys were flat, that people, Doug Christie on the call saying that the fans would really help out here. And you're a guy that plays with a lot of emotion. And when you get a big play and you get a big dunk, you're showing it. You're screaming to the crowd. You're getting that juice, that energy. There's a possibility of fans being let in within the next couple of weeks. Do you think that will benefit you guys in a major way coming down the home stretch to have that crowd giving you maybe that extra push on a defensive end or extra rotation or whatever the case may be?
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. They don't call the fans the big man for no reason. It's big time. I can't understate enough how much we miss the fans being in the arena, to punctuate those plays, So
yeah.
Hearing the news that fans can be let back in the arena and hopefully operating at full capacity by next season, it's amazing to hear. We look forward to it. Can't wait to welcome the fans back at the Golden One Center. It's going to be amazing.
Your mom has been a tremendous bridge between you and the fans. Like, what was your reaction the first time the game wraps up? You go, you check your phone, and you see the first "We win" video.
It was just her. That's what she does. She always finds a way just to bring positive energy to anything that me or any of my brothers are involved in. That's just always how her and my father have been for the longest. And anything that we've done, they've always just shown amazing support and making sure they bring a positive energy to it.
Yeah. Now, look, Richaun, I just want to say I mentioned it about a week ago. I think it was after the first San Antonio game. And for all of Sacramento, I'm going to give my own little recruiting pitch here. They love you here in Sacramento. Okay? They love Richaun Holmes here in Sacramento. So we're hoping that we can see you guys in the playoffs, and we're hoping that you stay around a little while longer. I'm just saying, Richaun, I'm just throwing it out there. Stay a little longer.
No doubt. The feelings definitely mutual. The love between me and Sacramento, definitely can't be understated. Love the fans here, love the people here, love the city. So it's all love.
At the same time, bro, get that bag.
Yes.
Get that bag. Get that bag, bro. You earned it.
Secure that joint.
You've earned it. Before we let you go, you're also involved with Autism Awareness Month and WeRockAutism.com. Can you tell me how that came about real quick?
Well, for me, that actually came about. It's an associate of mine named Doug Brown, and we work very closely with him, and he's done a lot for me and my family. And him and his wife actually found out that their son Logan was diagnosed with autism, and so he came to me with the whole idea, and I just decided to partner with him and launch a T-shirt sale at WeRockAutism.com. Where 100% of the proceeds, go back to the UC Davis Mind Institute. And for me, it was close to home, like I said, because, somebody that I work very closely with, was impacted by it. So I just wanted to do anything that I can, get involved with it and, just help out.
That's good stuff, man. 100% of the proceeds go to UC Davis Mind Institute. It's ReRockWithAutism.com. Go check that out. And Richaun, man, we're not embarrassed to say we're fans. Stay healthy. Good luck the rest of the season, man. We're rooting for you.
Oh, yes, sir. I really appreciate that. Thank you guys for having me.
No,
we appreciate you. That's Richaun Holmes of your Sacramento Kings right there, as they are very literally headed into practice coming up here really soon.
I'm going to say, possible Kings legend.
Dude, I don't think that's he's one of those guys, man. No, he's one of those guys. He's one of those personalities. We talk about we talk about Sacramento Kings, right? We talk about, players that have like lasting legacies here and lasting impacts. And I think that is Richaun. And, the more you work through the finances of the whole thing, it gets tough. Like, cause it's like, what's Charlotte going to offer him? Because I feel like Charlotte's going to look for him. What's Dallas going to offer him? Like, I think he's going to have, I don't know that he's going to have, 28 or 29 suitors in the league, but he's going to have a couple, and he's going to have a couple with cap space. And so unless Monty moves one of those sizable chunks, it's going to be tough. Like financially, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be the bogey situation all over again. Like, how do you make this work? How do you push the threshold of that salary cap? How do you push the threshold of the luxury tax when you're a team that hasn't been to the playoffs in 15 years?
Well, yeah.
You start a GoFundMe. I mean, I pay the luxury tax. I don't know. It's going to be tough.
One thing that I'm looking at, let me see, even if they don't move Buddy or Harrison, and I'm not trying to push people out of town.
I know. There's another one. I know.
If you move 35 out, that's about $11 million right there.
We'll talk more about that.
You give Richaun another 3.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that. But great Richaun Holmes. Appreciate Richaun Holmes joining us. We'll talk more about that. We'll talk about some former Kings. We'll give standings updates. Plenty more coming as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Good dude, man. Good dude. Good brother.
Yeah, he is. That first read was tough. Damn, I wrote it and still messed it up.
My question came off like so trash when I said, what stands out to you like a team like, damn it, Kenny? No, I meant like a block. Like he had a couple of like big time fourth quarter blocks. Yeah. And I said, what stop? And he's like, I
should have. Hey, look who's here.
Hey, Doc. What's going on, Doc?
What's up, Doc?
We love you,
too
out here.
Call in too? You can call in too. We'll give you the number.
We love you too out here, Doc.
Hell yeah, we do. Richaun, she probably gone. Richaun gone. She probably ain't no more. But I'm mad that I missed this. I had to close the chat. No, yeah, I had to close the chat because I had to focus. Only God knows what y'all were talking about in there.
It was that Roddy. I saw you. I didn't close the chat.
Roddy, I had to.
Stop it, Roddy.
Dude, I get. I've told you, like I get nervous before show. I get nervous with interviews.
I'm just still here. What's up, Doc? What's up? Anytime, Doc. Man, anytime you want to talk basketball, we'll talk basketball with you.
Anytime you want to come on here and sing. We'll open the floor for you, Doc. We appreciate you so much. We thank the world of your whole family. We thank the world of your son, and we hope he's here for a long time. But
yes, indeed,
we hope he's financially secure,
as
well as your grandbabies are for a long time.
What did Pop say on the Wayans Brothers? Money being made around here. Money being made around here. Range Rover, big old house, diamond rings. If you like those kind of things.
I apologize from our partner, Doc. Yeah, that's good stuff. Good stuff. We're just gonna leave Doc's lines up all day. This is just the ultimate cosign.
Come on, man.
Dr. Ladisha Holmes says we're good. Like we're good.
She said we good, then we good.
Yeah, we good.
Wait a minute. I'm not gonna put this up here. But look at Roddy in the chat. I'm not even gonna read the chat. This isn't true.
Yes, it is.
That is true.
He did pass. He passed away.
I'm thinking of somebody else. I'm thinking of another comedian. Yeah.
Yeah, he did. He passed away. No, thank you. 916-349-1320. If you ever want to get something off your chest, we can even send you the private number.
Yeah, man.
We'll send you the private number. You got all access to D'Lo and KC and ESPN 1320 for sure. He was a really nice man. John Witherspoon was a really, really nice man.
Seemed like a nice man. Never met him, but he seemed like a nice
man. Very,
man.
very nice.
Who was I thinking? I was thinking about another guy. Oh no, you know who I was thinking of off the top of my head was what's the comedian who played Stan and Martin, the radio director?
Garrett Morris.
Yeah, that's who I was thinking
He's
about.
still alive.
I think he's still alive. Yeah,
He's still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
Got to bring Richaun back, man. Got to find a way, man. Find a way. Like you said, GoFundMe. I got a couple $.
We start one.
I got a couple $.
Shoot, you want to see Kings fans show out? Like start a GoFundMe to pay the salary.
So what would we have to pay? We would have to pay the luxury tax.
We'd probably have to pay the luxury tax. Yeah,
no problem.
We'd be flirting with that luxury
tax.
No
problem.
It's what's the number going to be? I mean, that's the big question. What's the number going to be, and what's the breaking point for this team if no moves can be made?
I just really believe Monty. He's figured it out financially.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. Sometimes we forget because Kenny and I, we see each other here for 4 hours. We're interacting with everybody here on YouTube and on Twitch for 4 hours. It's twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Sometimes we forget there's a radio show, and those who are listening on the radio, they're unaware that Dr. Holmes made an appearance in the chat here during our conversation with Richaun Holmes, which every Kings fan is aware of Dr. Holmes and the fun that they have. Her and her husband have every time the Sacramento Kings win a game, man. So that's one of the great traditions. We haven't seen it in over a week, but it's one of the great traditions when Kings win games, and it was cool to see her name pop up here in the chat, man. I think I was more excited to see her than I was actually talking to Richaun Holmes. I don't know what that was.
That's a superstar right there. And look, we were both, you were, but I was really hard on these guys yesterday. Got it off my chest.
That's fine. They're big boys. That's fine.
I say that to say, we're going to see Dr. Holmes tomorrow. They're winning tomorrow, damn it. Let's go. She's coming back tomorrow. They're winning. I ain't afraid to say. I ain't scared of y'all.
I feel like we've been down this road before, partner. I feel like we've done this before.
Now, wait a minute. Okay. To be fair to me, the last time I said they were going to win, I think it might have been a second San Antonio game. I said they would win that game. I said the first one, and they won that one. Mm-hmm. And then I said they were going to win the second San Antonio game. The other ones, Lakers, Milwaukee, Minnesota, I said they need to win them. I didn't say they were going to win them.
I got you.
Tomorrow they're going to win.
No, you're right. You're right.
They're winning tomorrow, baby. Let's go.
I hope so. Because I don't want to come in here Friday if they lose. I don't like. There's at a certain point, you run out of things to say. I mean, like it's like, what can we say that we didn't say during the 9-game losing streak? Like, what can we say that we didn't say during, because again, I don't think it's a big deal that they lost to San Antonio.
No.
I think the bigger, and it's not even a big deal that they've lost 4 in a row. It's kind of the way that they've come out against those 4 teams. The Lakers game I think the Lakers game of all of them is the one that's like,
that was a mini Hornets game.
Come on. Again, that is a talented Lakers team. You can remove LeBron, you can remove Anthony Davis. That is a talented Lakers team, but they didn't even show up.
No.
They didn't show up. They didn't make any, nothing. It was just like, nah, we'll concede this one. Maybe we'll beat the Bucks tomorrow. Like it was weird. It was a weird game. I felt like it set the tone for the next couple, which is
I understand. And I think I said it yesterday. I think the Timberwolves game was rock bottom for this team this year. And maybe I'm just hoping upon hope, but I think they'll respond to that.
What was the Charlotte game then?
Oh, man.
Or better yet, what was the second Charlotte game that seemed to be really, really similar to the first one?
The only thing I'll say about those 2 games, because you're right. If you want to have a rock bottom rankings, those two might
no more rankings. Kenny hates rankings. We are not doing rankings here on this show. I love
rankings. Actually, I do love rankings.
I think the whole process. I'm sorry. It's not ranking. You hate ladders. It's ladders that you hate. Kenny hates climbing ladders.
Ladders are a little.
There's
a little strange.
There's a new rookie on top of the Money in the Bank ladder match on NBA.com, by the way.
Interesting.
You talk about fears. You talk about fears amongst the Kings Nation out there, Kings Universe. This one has been circulating for days now here from the Twitch chat. What do we do if we lose and Kojo gets a career high?
Well, that'll only affect those who have been talking bad about Kojo. I have not. Talking about him like he's a scrub.
John Bolin here. There's John. Yep. John's familiar with the Kojo slander.
Yeah, but I think I only say last night or 2 nights ago or whatever was rock bottom because it was
the worst team in the league.
Yeah.
Worst team in the league. And
that's something that'll embarrass you.
You could talk about that you could talk about the record and all of that. That's a roster that isn't as bad as their record says they are. And I'm talking about the individual parts. And they're we'll talk to Deuce and Mo tomorrow. I don't think Deuce has been a very big fan of Karl Anthony Towns. I have. You've mentioned you feel like the combination of Edwards and Cat and D'Lo is probably not going to work. And you're going to have to split that up in some way. I came across some numbers. I was saving them for the 3:00 hour, but they're pretty depressing.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks.
I'll save them for the 3:00 hour.
No. Let's be depressing now.
2:00 warning in case you want to tune them out. Okay, I'll mention this. We'll revisit it again later.
Yeah, give it to him. I'm ready.
So we all know 14. We all know that number. The Kings haven't, the amount of years that they've missed the playoffs.
Honestly, Damien, before you go any further, I kind of lost track. Is it 14 completed, or are we on the 15th, or is it 15?
I think we're going to the 15th. I think this will be the 15th straight year. Should they not? I'm the same as you. I lose track. Do you remember? You looked at this not too long ago. You remember who was second?
Yeah, I remember who was third.
Right, but think about what you're saying. Phoenix is second. Their streak is going to end. New York was third. Their streak is going to end. Charlotte, they were fourth. Their streak is going to end. Chicago is fifth. Their streak might end. Atlanta, their streak is going to end.
This is crazy. What's the next number? Like 2 with Orlando or something?
It's 3 with the Memphis Grizzlies, whose streak might end.
Who's after that?
Minnesota. So in all likelihood, there's a very, very realistic possibility. There's a very, very realistic possibility that the longest playoff drought in the NBA is going to be the Sacramento Kings at 15, and the number 2 team will be at 3.
That may be the most embarrassing stat you've ever mentioned on this show.
Best case scenario, it'll be 15 for the Kings and 5 for the Chicago Bulls.
I have no words after that one. I have no words, Damien. How? No. How, Sway? Come on. The next teams, they
trying to save it for the 3:00 hour. It felt like the right time to. We got 3 more hours, buddy. You got to regroup.
How? How many teams did we just go down? About 7?
Phoenix, New York, Charlotte, Chicago's iffy, but it's very possible. Atlanta's going to. Memphis is iffy, but it's possible. That's 6 teams.
Wow.
That's the rest of the teams below them will gain a number. Like Minnesota's not making the playoffs. Washington's not playing. Washington's at 2. The Pelicans are at 2. Cleveland's at 2. Those are the longest streaks in the NBA. They're at 2. If you don't mind, Damien, pull back the curtain. Can I table a topic that you tabled yesterday in our show meeting and we never got to? Okay.
The Jets and the Kings. Break this down for me.
Oh.
Break this down for me.
So we were having a discussion before the show yesterday about, the Sam Darnold trade and, Kenny didn't think it was a big deal. And I was like, Kenny, I think it's a big deal because of, where the Jets were, where they drafted Sam Darnold, what they're doing this year, apparently with Zach Wilson or whatever. And then I kind of like started digging into the Jets a little bit further. And the Jets have traded their first round pick every year from 2013 to 2018. Whether it was Sheldon Richardson or Jamal Adams or Sam Darnold, every first round pick they've traded. And it made me think of Vlade. Every player because if there's some projecting here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's fair to question whether Marvin Bagley is going to be back with this team next year. So let's hypothetically work with me. If Bagley's gone, that leaves De'Aaron. Every other first round pick from Vlade, whether it's Willie Cauley-Stein or I think Justin Jackson was taken in the first round. You could run. What's my man's name? Papagiannis.
Malachi Richardson.
All gone. How many is Malachi still in the league?
No.
Papagiannis isn't.
No.
Justin Jackson was waived. I mean, I'm sure he's going to get, hopefully for him, he gets picked up here in the next few days. He was just waived the other day. I mean, these are first round picks. And I know the first round in the NBA isn't quite like the first round in the NFL, but I started making this correlation between the Kings and the Jets. They feel pretty similar. They feel pretty similar to me.
And when you brought that up, I mean, you're spot on. They're there. The only depressing difference is the Jets have at least off the top of my head, 2 years where they were the talk of the town. They had buzz. They got the 2 AFC championship games.
Well, that was before 2013, though, wasn't it? That was outside of that window because Mark Sanchez was.
You're right. But
Mark Sanchez was their quarterback. Rex Ryan was their coach.
Yeah, you're right. But
their success is more recent than the Kings were.
Right. That's what I'm saying. The Kings, we going back to 2006.
Yeah. And that wasn't even success. That was a playoff berth. I was just like, okay, we made the playoffs.
Look, we're going back to 2006. And was it 2006 or 2005 when Jerome James made like $50 million off the Kings?
I think it was 2005, but it doesn't matter at this point.
Wow.
Drew Holiday is a significantly better player than Jerome James, but it is just so humorous that his massive contract extension came the night after he ran the Sacramento Kings out of their own gym.
Well,
Bryant, our draft expert here, says Vlade had 8 first-round picks. Fox and Bagley remain.
That's not good.
And the idea is if Bagley's gone, it leaves De'Aaron. 1 out of 8 first-round picks.
It's not good. I've made arguments for Vlade Divac in the past, but I mean, that's something that's undeniable. His draft history.
Well, wait a minute. What arguments have you made? Like, I don't want somebody tuning in for the first time and be like, wait a minute, this dude has repped Vlade. No, you haven't. You're just not as hard on him as I am.
No, I'm not. Look, I'm not gonna front here, Damian. Last year, I made the argument that he should see this year. Not that he was good,
I gotcha.
But that he should see this year. I made that argument. And much like people feel with Luke Walton, like I wasn't torn up that Vlade got fired. Like there's definitely a premise out there for him to get fired. I get it. Same kind of goes with Luke Walton. Like there is an argument to be made to let him go. I just think he should get another year, but maybe it'll be like Vlade. Well, probably won't, but
another year after this one, or this is the other year he should have.
Luke,
yeah.
Yeah, I think he should start next year. I would, if I was a GM, I would start him next year.
You know how you feel every time someone says Mac Jones is going number 3 to the San Francisco 49ers? That's exactly how I feel every time you say Luke Walton should be the head coach of this team starting next year.
I'm telling you, I would.
You know that feeling you get in the pit of your stomach? That's exactly how I feel every time you say that sentence out loud.
Damian, I can't get into your body. I can't understand how you feel. I promise you don't feel the way I feel when I hear about Mac Jones being third. I promise you.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling.
Yeah.
Live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. We're live on ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. And I think we're Dr. Ladisha Holmes' favorite radio show. She didn't say that.
No, that's a fact. I'm just fact.
She said we were great. So that makes me think we are her, because Dr. Holmes doesn't throw around words like great. Like, that's not who she is. She just doesn't throw around words like great. Of course, Richaun Holmes did join us here in the first hour, but the main event is coming this hour. Will Griffith at the King's Herald. Anytime we've got someone from the King's Herald on the show, that is the main event. That is the showstopper. That is the icon. That's Will Griffith from the King's Herald, who will be with us coming up at 1:47. We'll talk a little bit about the San Francisco 49ers. Richard Sherman has a different perspective about what the 49ers are going to do there at number 3. And there's an interesting thing happening when analysts are talking about that number 3 pick in Mac Jones, and in particular, Justin Fields. And I've seen it go over the course of the last few days, really since the last week, since the trade has been made, and it felt like rumors about Mac Jones really started to pick up steam, Mac Jones and the 49ers. I've seen the conversation kind of go from like confused, like, oh, that's not real, to like bewilderment. Now it's like drifting into like the angry status, where people are talking. And I'm not just talking about Kenny Caraway. I'm talking about Marcus Spears. I'm talking about Dominic Foxworth. I'm talking about guys on ESPN who are more connected to the league than we are. And it's, for me as an outsider, it's becoming sort of humorous until you really start to think about, like, okay, wait a minute. Why is this happening? Like, what's going on here with Mac Jones and the San Francisco 49ers? How the hell is Justin Fields falling down draft boards when Trey Lance, who's played one game in the last 2 years, seems to be like a rising star? Now, I made the argument when the trade was made that perhaps the 49ers are going to go with Trey Lance, given the fact that that he's kind of to a certain degree, he's an unknown product. He's not, but he did miss last year. He doesn't have, he's just in a little bit of a different category than the quarterbacks who played last year. I thought, well, if you're going to keep Jimmy Garoppolo, that's your plan. You're planning to start Jimmy Garoppolo for 16 games. Like, all right, like I can see that. Like, you're really rolling the dice because it's pretty risky, but fine. No, they're not even going the risky route. They're going with Mac Jones, who, and again, of the so-called big 5 quarterbacks, he's the one who's always rated 5th. Never drafted 5th. But he's the one who's always rated 5th, which is, it's fascinating.
And he had this rise kind of out of nowhere. Like, it kind of came out of nowhere. He was a second-round guy for most of the year, and then after the national title game, he just kept going up draft boards. It's really crazy. It's really crazy. And I smell what Marcus Spears and these guys are cooking right now. Because let me just be frank here, Damian. It's the same play we've seen years back. Same play.
Yeah.
Where, I'm gonna just say it, the black quarterback, they pick holes at him, and he does nothing to lose his status or his ranking or whatever of being his top quarterback, but they find reasons not to go with him and find reasons to go with the traditional white quarterback.
And they've done this before. They've done this recently. Now, current issues notwithstanding, this is the same stunt they pulled with Deshaun Watson. Like think about Deshaun Watson in Justin Fields. Think about it in the sense of, well, you need winners. You need quarterbacks who go. Literally every analyst was Mike Singletary. Well, you need guys who could go out there and win games. And it's like, Jesus Christ, that's all Deshaun Watson did. Yeah. All he did was win games. Like he beat you slobber over Nick Saban year after year and how great he is and how great the defense is and how great all of it. He beat them. on the biggest stage you possibly could. But still, they found a way. Now, you know what? He's not Mitchell Trubisky, though, dog. He ain't Mitchell Trubisky. So we're going to go ahead and.
Mitchell Trubisky.
That's what happened.
Wow.
Deshaun went 10th. Patrick Mahomes went 12th.
Didn't Josh Rosen go 10th? Didn't Josh Rosen go in that draft, or was it a year later? I think it might have been a year later.
No, I think it was a different year.
He was with Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield. That's right.
I mixed that up. Mahomes went 10th. Watson went 12th.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an old playbook. Richard Sherman had some thoughts on what the San Francisco 49ers and I guess his former team are going to do. Here's what Richard Sherman had to say.
I think people are missing out on the big picture because they've had this huge discussion about black quarterbacks and how they're kind of stereotyped in, and they're not the hard worker, they're athletic, they're this, they're that, and that's what they're pigeonholing Justin Fields a bit, because he is literally the most efficient, if not, I mean, he's one of the most efficient, if not the most efficient quarterback in the draft, and he was completing, I think, 70% of his passes, and he has similarities to what Jimmy does, because Jimmy G is a very efficient quarterback. Like, he's going to get the ball, he's going to have a high completion percentage, he's going to get the ball in his spots, he's going to move the ball down the field, he's really smart. He has great command of Kyle's offense. It's really awesome to see, and I think he's going to still be the starting quarterback day one for San Francisco, because they have a chance at a Super Bowl this year. They have a Super Bowl capable roster, which is obvious. He's already taken them to one. But I think Justin Fields is the one, even without his athleticism. If you just took him as a standalone pocket passer and his efficiency and his completion percentage and what he's able to do week in and week out, he's a winner. He's been at a program that competes at a high level year in and year out, always in the championships, always in the big games, and he's played well, and he's managed those situations really well. And I think that his athleticism just adds another layer of elite ability that makes him a difference maker. And I think it's also pigeonholed him because you're not talking about him as the number one pick. And nothing against Trevor Lawrence or Zach Wilson, but I think there's a bit of implicit bias there that is holding him back, because it's no fault of his. You're not going to look at his play and be like, man, I see why Trevor Lawrence has all the talent in the world. Like, he can make any pass, has the look, is out there putting it on tape week in and week out. So no offense to him, but there's not enough discussion for me about these other guys that have played at a high level.
For those who are wondering what that noise was, Richard Sherman shares Kenny's internet connection. That's what that was when he was piped in into that podcast. But it was, I remember a graphic we put together for our Be Heard platform. We probably used something similar on the D-Lo and KC accounts about, I think it was 10 or 11 black quarterbacks starting week one. First time it was the most black quarterbacks that ever started. And when you realize when there was a time, and it could have been at the end of, the previous season, where Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson, Dak Prescott, like, you're talking about, four of the top 5 quarterbacks. Maybe if you stretched it a little bit, 5 of the 6 top quarterbacks, you throw Aaron Rodgers in there, 5 of the 6 top quarterbacks being black quarterbacks, and we're still having the same conversation. Like, what is like Richard Sherman was just talking about right there. There's nothing on film that says you shouldn't be drafting this guy. Like, there's literally nothing there. And then you get those remarks with the Dan Orlowski, with his half-assed apology, not real apology for throwing this stuff out there and being corrected by people in the Ohio State program, being corrected by his coach. It's like, what are you talking about? Dan Orlowski called him a last guy in, first one out. And his coaches were like, who the hell gave you that information? Justin Fields was the one who was pushing for the Big Ten to play football this year. He was the one pushing Ohio State to use their platform on the football field to push the Black Lives Matter movement over the summer. That was Justin Fields. That was the quarterback, despite the fact heading into last season, he was the second-rated quarterback behind Trevor Lawrence. He had nothing to gain by playing last season.
All right.
But those narratives are the same that they've been for years, and they're tired. And Justin Fields win games. Then you argue, well, he didn't play good enough in the games that they win. Yeah, it's because like 3 of his ribs were in his kneecap somewhere. Like it's probably going to make him hard to play, but he still played.
Right.
Still came back and played the next week. But these tired ass storylines, it's weird. They seem to follow the NFL around. Can't quite put my finger on it.
Like I said earlier, man, they will look for reasons, even if they're not there. Like you mentioned, they will look for reasons not to go with the young black quarterback, and they'll find reasons to put the white quarterback over him. And I want to be clear, this is that Mac Jones is kind of caught in the crossfire here. I don't know much about him. I know he's got 2 DUIs earlier in his college career or whatever, but I try not to. I'm not putting that out there on him. I'm just saying he hadn't done nothing specifically but go out there and play the game and run the plays that were called for him at Alabama. So it's not him, but it's the powers that be running the same old play that they've run for years. And now they're getting Justin Fields. And I don't know, maybe the Niners are going to go with Mac Jones because they think he's going to be a great player. I don't know, but I see what's going on with Justin Fields right now.
Yeah, it's 3 more weeks. 3 weeks from tomorrow, the NFL draft, and our 8-hour draft show brought to you by our friends over at McQueen and the Violet Fog will be live for you for 8 straight hours, a regular edition of D'Lo and KC from 12 to 4, and then a special NFL draft day show from 4 to 8 o'clock, again, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog. We'll step out. We'll come back. There's plenty more to talk about. Some good news regarding Fernando Tatis, not so much for the Giants. And Aaron Rodgers, if I'm Mike Greenberg, I'd say, is Aaron Rodgers' career in jeopardy? We'll explain next on D'Lo and KC. Oh man, where'd it go? I got the Richaun Holmes. I'm not gonna screw up like I did last time. Hang on one second, everybody.
For me personally, I just think shooting the 3 ball,
Okay, what aspect of his game? All right, couldn't remember what I asked him.
Then it ends with you guys like thanking him with him thanking you guys for having him on.
Okay, cool. Sorry, everyone. Just taking a quick note here. I think we're going to run that back later.
Yeah, we might be doing a show at 24 Hour Fitness. I don't know about a 24-hour show. Ramsey, I smell what you're cooking, Ramsey. I smell what you're cooking. I don't like it at all.
Mm. I appreciate you, Jerry.
Jerry Trap House.
Appreciate you.
Jerry Trap House in here.
What is on that? Oh, is that a dog?
What is he
I'm trying
holding?
to figure out what it looks like. It looks like a dog holding a fence. I was gonna say it's a dog peeking over the fence, but but I appreciate you, Jerry, man. Thanks for joining me and KC here and the rest of the crew here. If the Kings make the playoffs, can we get a 24-hour show?
No.
That's
what
I
that guy
almost
did.
feel like that's a safe bet. Like, yeah,
That's what that guy did in Cleveland. He did
a 24-hour show?
Yeah, because they made the playoffs.
Well, that's not original then. We need to come up. If there was a way we could raise money doing it, I'd do it. If there's a way we could raise money for Be Heard or something like that, then I would do it. I'd 100% do it. If we can figure out a way to raise money, I'd do it.
It was leading up to the game. So yeah, maybe we lead up to game 1, or maybe we lead up to game 3 when they'll be at home.
Okay. Obviously, we wouldn't enjoy the game live as we'd be dead when the show was over. So, okay, Chris Cook. Okay. Okay. See, that's one of those ones we're doing doing it somewhere where people could like come see, be with us and see us and be a part of the show.
Yeah.
That'd be legit.
That would be fun. Doing it here at the crib. I don't know if I want to do that for 24
that'd
hours.
Be tough. That'd be tough. That'd be tough with that couch right in front of me. Like, hey,
we're gonna play last week's show right now.
we're gonna put Purple Rain on loop. We'll be back. Doko. Yeah, it's not that easy right now. That's the thing, and it's not even by playoff time. It'll be easier, but there are still like we're not even going in the building. Like we'll probably be at home for a lengthy more period of time.
Back to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, buddy, a little over an hour down. Plenty more to come, though. We'll be with you here till 4 o'clock. If you missed our conversation with Richaun Holmes, no worries. We got you. We'll run that back for you. You didn't miss our conversation with Will Griffith of the King's Herald yet, though. He'll join us here in about 30 minutes or so. We got some good news regarding Fernando Tatis, and I say we. I'm sure some people don't care, given that he's on the Padres. I like Fernando Tatis. I'm rooting for him. Like he's a player that I enjoy watching. I think the more Fernando Tatis Jr. type players that the league has, the better off Major League Baseball is. He went to the injured list for like 10 days. They're just going to kind of reevaluate everything later. They don't think that he needs surgery. Again, that's a positive.
Mm-hmm.
But like this is going to happen again, right? Like
that's what I read, and that's what I feel. You know, it could happen again at any time, whether it's this year or 2 years from now. Like at some point, unfortunately, it seems like he's going to need to get cut on.
Yeah, I mean, I know someone's shoulder kept slipping out of place, like it would slip out. It'd be incredibly painful, but it would like slip back in. And eventually it like you have to you have to get it tight. Like, God, this doesn't even sound like something you do to the human body. You have to get that rotator area like worked on surgically to kind of tighten it to keep that type of thing from happening. And I feel like eventually either Tatis is going to have to do that or he's going to swing so hard a variety of things are just going to rip.
Oh, geez.
And then they'll have to go in there and fix all of those. So it feels like surgery isn't inevitable at some point for him. Or maybe I don't know if you could tell a ball player to like slow the swing down a little bit. Like the Masters is coming up this weekend. I feel like the Masters just happened like a month ago, but Bryson DeChambeau, he has that violent, like his swing is just, it's so unnatural. It's like a pitcher. Like I think a pitcher throwing the ball is the most unnatural like motion a human being can go through.
Ooh.
Swinging the golf club the way Bryson does, swinging the bat the way Fernando Tatis does, like it's the same thing to me.
Yeah,
it's just violent.
And if I'm him, I don't know where I feel comfortable enough swinging, full board like that, knowing at any moment that thing could slip out. So if you were to get surgery, I mean, the season will be over. But so that's why that's a bit of a discussion for him, because I know he wants to play. He's got an opportunity to make the playoffs and do things with this Padres team that has a lot of buzz to it. But you're going to be around for a little while, Fernando. Maybe you want to make sure that that's taken care of.
Yeah. Giants. Is this what the Giants are going to be most of the season? Just kind of win one, lose one, win one, lose one.
Probably so. I don't know what their over-under is for the season, but I think they'll be around a 500 team. Tough loss last night. It was 1-1 going in. I think that 2-run home run came in the 7th or 8th inning. I can't remember. I think it was the 7th inning. It might have been the 8th inning. But either way, sucks. I'm still
better than the A's.
Woo.
Yeah, that's bad.
Not a good look for the A's.
No bueno.
Not a good look. So, Yeah,
With
they have that
500,
going for 'em.
will 500 be good enough?
No, to like make the play-in.
Yeah.
That was in the 7th inning, by the way. That 2-run home run off the bat of the Padres. No, I don't think so. Well, see, that was the dilemma. That's where the question derived from yesterday. Is the Padres initially were going to have one of those or that play-in spot, and their record was just going to be far and away better than the Giants. Now, with Tatis being down for a little bit, maybe you could look at it as they come back to you a little bit, that the Giants exceed expectations by about 10 games or something like that. Now, at the very least, you're in the race for that wild card spot. So that's kind of where that question came from yesterday. I don't think they'll get there. I don't think 500 will do it.
Okay. I'm going to there's a couple of baseball things I want to talk about here. And Casey, I want you to lead us off with what Dusty Baker was talking about. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit this music.
Damian Barling, Kenny Caraway. 4 topics, 2 arguments, no winners. One-on-one with D-Lo and KC.
And normally we kind of rapid fire through a quick couple of things that we're not really going to spend a ton of time on, but a couple of these stories we actually do want to spend some time on. Will Griffith is going to join us at 1:47, so we'll be getting back to the Kings here real soon. And then we'll dive into that ESPN under 25 NBA rankings thing that came out yesterday. So we've got plenty more Kings coverage on the way, plenty more NBA coverage coming up. But there's a couple of things I wanted to talk about. And since we're talking about baseball, Casey, I want you to lead us off with Dusty Baker.
Okay, so Dusty Baker, the other day after, who were they playing? Were they playing Texas? I should know this. But either way, the Astros were on the road, and somebody went out and inflatable trash can and threw it on the field.
And they get creative. Don't condone it. Not saying it's okay. But
an inflatable trash can.
You get points for the creativity, knowing that you had to sneak something in, and you could probably you could blow it up there at your seat, or you take it somewhere and you're able to blow it up that way and then get it down and throw it onto the field. So you don't do it. Not okay. But you get an A for creativity.
I mean, yeah, that was fine, and it kind of gets to my point, right?
I'd rather you do that than taking an actual trash can and throwing it out there onto the field.
Now that would be a story.
That would be a story.
If you could get the trash can in, that would be a story. But Dusty wasn't having it, right? He was kind of fed up with it all, and he said, "Here's a quote from him. It says, you can tell the amount of hostility and the amount of hatred in the stands. Mm-hmm. How many in the stands have never done anything wrong in their life? We paid the price for it. How many people have not cheated on a test or whatever at some point in their time? I mean, it's easy if you live in a glass house, but I don't think anybody lives in glass houses. I think that sometimes we need to look at ourselves before you spew hate on somebody else. It's a sad situation for America. To me, when you hear things, and I mean, what are the kids supposed to think in the stands? And some of them are kids that are following their parents. It's sad to me. People make mistakes. We paid for ours, and I wish they'd leave us alone, end quote. What do you think about that, Damian? What are you feeling about Dusty's diatribe on the Astros getting all this heat?
First thing, love Dusty Baker.
Yes, always.
Just preface everything with love Dusty Baker. Second thing, I think I admire him for trying to protect his guys. Like, he wasn't a part of it. This ain't got nothing to do with him. Nothing. But he's out there and he's standing up for his guys. He's repping his guys. He's trying to have his guys back. He's trying to do, what he thinks is right for his team. Applaud him for that. You lost me a little bit when you start talking about the problems with America. You lose me that, because now it feels like you're trying to fit in a bigger conversation into this conversation.
Right.
This is simply about sports fans, and cheating. We knew, and it was kind of the that feel like it was like Dusty got the job, like, cool. It's like, oh, he got that job. because that's going to be a tough job to have. And, I thought, like last year, to me, I thought one of the things that we were most robbed of, and I said this repeatedly with fans not being able to be there and the baseball season being shortened and the, baseball season, being played without fans, is we lost that emotional, like that immediate emotional reaction to the Houston Astros.
Mhm.
Like they would have been the biggest heels in every town they went into. And as wrestling fans, it would have been the best thing in the world to see. Take your medicine. You did this. You brought this up. Not Dusty. Dusty don't have to say anything. Dusty could go to the microphones every day and say, I wasn't here. Ain't got nothing to do with me. What y'all asking me for? Go ask them. But that's not the type of guy that he is. He's going to stand up for his guys.
All right.
I honestly am like, my venom doesn't carry over that long. I didn't even have anything like interested in it. Like I didn't have any vested interest in it. Like, I think it's gross, the whole like cheating thing. I think it's unfair for what it costs the other teams that work their ass off. And this isn't, you could talk about PEDs and different things like that. I feel like 90% of the league was on PEDs. 90% of the league wasn't doing what the Houston Astros did that year. But at this point, I'm kind of over. I don't really care. It's not really a story to me anymore. It feels like it was ages ago. But there are fans that don't feel that way. So this is their first chance to be in front of you, and it's limited crowds. It might not end this year. This could follow Houston around for a really, really long time. So Dusty better just kind of, I appreciate what he's trying to do to protect his team, but he might just need to buckle up here and take it, because these haymakers are going to be coming for a while.
Yeah, and the Astros made their own bed. They did this. So I, like you, I don't have the same venom towards the Astros as everybody else does, as A's fans do, and things of that nature. But like you mentioned, there were no fans last year, so they didn't get a chance to wear it last year. There are fans that are going to have to go through a whole year of wearing it this year.
Yep.
And they may wear it for the rest, like this particular group, for their entire career. They may wear it for their entire career. And that is, once again, the bet that they made.
Yep.
I wouldn't do that. It's not that big of a deal to me at this point, but there's some people who took it very seriously and are looking for an opportunity to get on the Astros, and they're taking advantage of it. He's going to have to get used to it.
Yeah, and that's all I would tell Dusty Baker, because I'm sure he would ask my advice on this. You said it once, and that's fine. Like he came out there, he was asked about the trash can. Like, you said it once, you probably shouldn't say it again. You should probably just refer to hey, go see my remark after the Angels game. I'm not going to talk about this for 81 road games every year. I'm not going to talk about this every time we enter a new town. Yeah, it's going to come up, when they play the Dodgers, or whenever they play, a playoff contending team. Like, this isn't going anywhere for a really, really, really long time. And as loved as Dusty Baker is, I do think Dusty Baker is universally loved in Major League Baseball circles.
I agree.
He can't shield all those bullets, those figurative bullets. He just needs to let inflatable trash cans get thrown. Like, it didn't hurt anybody. As long, and that's the other important thing. As long as it's not hurting it, as long as we're talking about inflatable trash cans,
right?
You just got to deal with it, man.
Yeah,
as long as you're dealing with signs that say cheater, like Barry Bonds was dealing with, signs of needles everywhere that he went. You know what I mean? Like,
and asterisks and things of that nature.
Got to deal with it.
The only thing that I will say is I still am on the side of, I mentioned it last season. Keep hitting me with that baseball and see what happens. I'm gonna give you a couple of times.
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah,
that's different. Yeah, that's different to me. Like, you can't, and that's why that's why old school justice. I don't believe in that. You can't use a baseball as a weapon. I don't care if the team cheated. I don't care if they hit your best. You can't use a baseball as a weapon.
Well, this is
because you're right. At some point, I'm gonna use a bat as a weapon. We're gonna have all sorts of problems here. Like, you can't do that.
Like I said, we differ a little bit here, because if I'm the Astros, I'll take it once or twice. And once again, this is a bet I made. This is the culture that I'm a part of. This is what they've been doing for a long time. And don't throw up my head, but if you want to hit me on the small of the back or whatever, I'm gonna have to wear that. But you only get about one or two of those.
Like every game. You can't do that,
no,
man.
I'm talking about one or two of those forever. Like when we came out, last year, like, okay,
I think we surpassed that one or two.
Twice. Yeah, that's why I said they need to start going upside somebody's head. They keep hitting them.
Yeah, well, and that hasn't been a problem this year.
I don't think so. Although somebody said they got hit quite a few times in the A's series.
Oh, you figure A's are going to be bad, Dodgers are going to be bad. There's probably a couple of teams in particular that are going to be a little bit worse than the Angels, for example, or a little bit worse than Rangers or wherever else they might be playing next. But
once again, y'all stop hitting me. And if I'm the Dodgers or I'm going up against the Dodgers, I'll give you a couple. Y'all better stop hitting me with that baseball.
I feel like, and that's where baseball has to step in too, which is something baseball never does. Like they have to step in and say, "Yo, we're not doing this."
Didn't they do that last year? And people got mad at them.
Yeah, and that's okay. Like
maybe
they did, and that's okay. Let people be mad. Like I think one of the biggest issues with the Astros, and one of the reasons that Dusty Baker is still facing this venom and still facing this frustration, is there was no transparency into the
discipline.
There was. I was going to say the investigation, but the way there was no discipline handed out, and that's the other problem. There was no transparency in the process, and basically there was no punishment. So for A's fans, for Dodgers fans, for baseball fans, it feels like the game was just cheated, and there were no ramifications for it.
Right.
People who hate the steroid area, you could say, "Oh, well, the ramifications are those guys aren't getting in the Hall of Fame. They're going to be erased from history at some point." Like, okay, like this has nothing. Like this has absolutely nothing. A couple of guys got fired who already have jobs.
I know. I agree. I hear you. So just stop hitting me. That's all.
Jesse says they've played 6 games so far. Astros have been hit by a pitch 4 times. So 4 in 6 games. Yeah, that's not a ratio I'd go for.
What did Charles Barkley like to say? You keep hitting me, there's gonna be some furniture moving around here.
I've had this like Aaron Rodgers note worked into a show probably for like 3 weeks and just have never got to it. We just like we just abandoned it and we move on to something else, or we've got a Kings conversation going on or a 49ers conversation going on. But for a while it feels like there has been so many different things regarding Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. And here's Aaron Rodgers recently. Apparently, he appears on the Pat McAfee show every single week.
Yeah,
it wasn't a one-off. He's there every single week. There was like a Zoom conference with the general manager, and he was asked about like, why didn't you restructure Aaron Rodgers' deal to ensure that he's going to be with the team for a couple of more years? And he was, I'm not going to answer that. And this is about something else. Like I'm not going to answer those questions about contracts and things like that. Aaron Rodgers, of course, is currently, I believe, the host of Jeopardy. Like he filmed like a 2-week stint, and he's taking over as one of the many guest hosts for that iconic game show. But here's what Aaron Rodgers said recently on the Pat McAfee show.
Well, look, I mean, I'm not insulated completely from all those conversations. I think part of it is you have to have some understanding of what's going on out there. I think that we're exactly where we were last year when I made comments after the draft and throughout the season. I don't feel like any of that's changed. Even my comments directly after the last game, there was some, and we talked about it on this show.
Yeah.
Some people who thought, who made assumptions based on what I said. Nothing's really changed. My future is really, a lot of it's out of my control. That's why I mentioned, using words like a phrase like beautiful mystery, like, because it is quite uncertain which directions things are going to go.
So I'll cut that off right there. Do you really believe Aaron Rodgers? Let me pose the question to you this way. BetQL, like I'm making this stat up. This isn't a BetQL stance, but
okay,
they're friends of ours, so we'll throw this out there. 1.5 teams Aaron Rodgers plays for in the next 2 seasons. Over or under?
Going under.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
Going under.
So what do they do with Jordan Love then?
What, you said 3 teams, right?
No, 1.5. 1.5 teams over the next 2 seasons.
Oh, okay.
Basically, I'm asking, does he play for another team next year?
I get where I was. So here's to answer your question. I was assuming like after the Packers. Like I'm already having him gone.
You've already moved on.
Yeah, I'm already having him gone. So yeah, over. I think he's somewhere else after next year.
Yeah, something's going on here, and he goes on in that same clip, which was a bit lengthy, and I didn't want to play the entire thing, but he goes on to say he screwed up the Packers timeline.
Yeah.
Talking about, like, I think they thought I was done. They thought I was finished. They were ready to move on from me, and then I came in and essentially I won the MVP. I was the best quarterback in football again. And now I've screwed up their timeline. They don't really know what to do. Is they're going to hit a point where I'm still playing well and Jordan Love's rookie contract is going to expire. You use the first round pick on him. You could have done something to help the Packers get better, who probably weren't that far off from being able to go to the Super Bowl, but you chose to draft what everyone believed was Aaron Rodgers' successor because you're sitting here thinking, well, gosh dang, it worked the first time we did it. Let's run it back and do it again. And now you're stuck with a 37-year-old quarterback who was playing out of this world. He just wins the league MVP. You've got quarterbacks now playing well into their 40s. You've got Drew Brees retired at 41. You've got Tom Brady looking to play till he's 45. You can easily put Aaron Rodgers in that same category in terms of the type of player that he is. He played all of the games last year. Now you're the Packers. You're stuck.
In hindsight, do you think that was a good move by the Packers?
Drafting Jordan Love? No, I do not think that was a good move at all. I think it was idiotic. It was stupid.
Why?
But why? What? Like for reasons that I just laid out. His rookie contract. You're going to have to pull. You're likely going to have to pull the plug on Aaron Rodgers. Maybe if you're lucky. 2 to 3 years too early. Or you're going to have to extend Jordan Love sight unseen and start him as your quarterback because 2 more years, 2 seasons left before his rookie contract expires. So you're headed into this year with 2 years left on Jordan Love's deal.
So let me ask you another question here on top of that. Do you think today, if they wanted to, they could trade Jordan Love for a first round pick?
No.
You don't think so?
Not now, because we're approaching the draft with all of the shoot. Should have run this one by me before the show because I don't know. Maybe you could have. You could probably trade him for a 25, like a pick. That's around where they got him. But who needs a quarterback at 25? Like what I mean, like the teams that need quarterbacks, they're drafting them. Yeah, I guess Jameis.
Or the whole argument is
Taysom Hill. I don't know.
The whole argument is, well, I probably wouldn't have done it. Like I see the logic. I see where they were going. It's kind of up to like what our guy Eric Crocker was talking about earlier in the season when he was like, Niners need to get a quarterback because if you're as good as you think you're going to be for years. When's the next time you're going to be able to get a quarterback that is that heralded coming out of college? And Jordan Love went up them ranks.
No, but
and it didn't hurt the Packers.
No, what do you mean it didn't? They wasted. I can't recall the. This is malpractice on behalf of the Green Bay Packers, Casey. They could have made that roster better. They chose to. They drafted a guy who can't play.
Let's keep it a stack. Damian. Nobody was complaining about it until they choked away the NFC Championship game. Nobody was saying all year when they were going 13-3. Nobody was saying this set them back until they choked away the NFC Championship game. If Aaron Rodgers would have handled business,
but isn't that a testament to Aaron Rodgers though, for getting that team to a 13-3 record?
You can give them credit to whoever you want
without a first round draft pick.
If you want to give it to Aaron, you can. But the point is, it did not hurt them. They got the same place they got the year before and had an opportunity to get further, and they choked it away.
I'll go along with that. It didn't hurt them. It didn't help them either.
Okay, you got a point.
I mean, he's just a guy sitting on the bench. You could make an argument. He might never play for you. I don't think that's the route the Green Bay Packers are going. I think they are willing to let Aaron Rodgers go here at some point, which really is mind-boggling. It's insane to think about. Like, he's not Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, he's a year after year top 3, top 4, top 5 quarterback in the league. He was the number 1 quarterback in the league last year.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're just counting down. Like, he talks about the uncertainty in his future. We're talking about uncertainty for the guy who won the MVP last year. And it's the Packers. The Packers feel like this strategy worked before, so they're going to continue to run with it. It's foolish.
And once again, it's a situation that we talked about yesterday, and we kind of laid out as far as the money thing. If Aaron Rodgers wants to reduce his money to $15 million a year, I'm sure the Packers will keep him.
Why should he have to do that?
He don't have to. I'm just telling you. If I'm running a football team, am I just going to keep having a $36 million quarterback on the roster?
So Kansas City, their time in the Super Bowl is coming to an end. What, next year? They got one Super Bowl left, and that's it?
Pat Mahomes is already – I wouldn't say that, but Pat Mahomes has already achieved as much winning as Aaron Rodgers has.
Statistically, that's accurate.
Yeah.
That's accurate.
Bang for your buck.
By the way, he could be the host of Jeopardy and the quarterback. I've learned a little bit about this in the last couple of days. If they named, and I doubt this is what they're going to do, if they named Aaron Rodgers the full-time host of Jeopardy, what Alex Trebek used to do, and this is incredible, he used to record shows, every Jeopardy show, in a 50-day span.
Wow.
He worked 50 straight days, essentially, over a short period. He worked 50 days throughout the entire year and recorded every episode of Jeopardy. He could do it in the offseason.
I feel like that's what happens with Family Feud.
Okay. I have no idea. I only know this because I heard Dan Patrick talking about it. He does Sports Jeopardy, and he's really aware of how they record this show, and he knew Alex Trebek really well, and he shared how they recorded it.
Real quick, have you seen the episodes aired yet?
They're on now. They're on now.
Have you seen any?
Yeah. I've seen clips of them.
Okay.
I saw like a guy ask like who said kick the field goal or something like that. Like it was a reply to, something that happened in the playoffs, but it was good. Will Griffith, I can see him now on the screen. He joins us as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Will, give us 1 second here to get you all set up, my man. Gonna make sure we got everything programmed properly. We go here, and boom. What's up, Will?
Hey, how's it going today, guys?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm fantastic. It's a beautiful day in Sacramento.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Got the blinds pulled and everything looks nice out there.
Oh, yeah. What's up, Will? How you doing, man?
How's it going today, Kenny?
I'm good. Got some things off my chest yesterday. Now I'm ready to move forward.
They're never fully off your chest, man. They'll come back with a vengeance.
49ers got a quarterback.
What? What'd you say?
49ers got a quarterback. Nate Sudfeld.
Oh, dude.
Signed him to a 1-year deal.
Oh, man.
It's lit.
I don't know how you guys follow multiple sports. I gave up on baseball and football a long time ago.
Why?
I just couldn't take 3 losing teams. And so jumping on a bandwagon just wasn't quite my thing. So
it's more fun. Like I think being a sports fan is a blast when you're just a fan of athletes.
Yes.
When you're like, because I don't have that. Obviously, I want the Kings to do well, but sure. I love my Russell Westbrooks and I love my variety of players around the league. And with football, I just like football players. There's players that I like, so it's less stressful.
I'm heading that way. I'm very quickly headed that way.
Much less like gosh, I can't imagine being Kenny in a 40, and every time Mac Jones' name comes up, like a vein in the side of my head pops.
That's what's fun. That's what makes it fun.
For sure. And I'm sure it's gratifying too when you win. So
very gratifying.
Oh no.
High,
what is Murph?
Unbelievably high.
Murph didn't know I was white.
What? Oh Lord! You might just have to ignore this chat. just pay attention to Will. What is? No, I think it's more. Murph didn't think we had any white people on the show. I think that's what it was. I think
I'm more of a light purple.
Oh, Murph. Yeah, that chat can be eventful.
I was on private chat. I clicked on comments, and all of a sudden, I see a wave of comments.
Coming up, a man who thinks melon tastes good on pizza. Oh, that's great, Will. That's spectacular.
Robbie
spectacular.
Blocked on Twitter. He legit doesn't know why he was blocked.
That's like you and Bobby Gerald.
Yeah, right. Bobby, let me see if I'm still blocked from Bobby Gerald.
Bobby,
I don't even know how
happened.
Oh.
How's Rich, man? We haven't heard from Rich in a while. Still doing stuff from his bathroom?
He's still doing stuff from his bathroom. He's working with playing cards now. Moved himself across the country, and he's working with selling playing cards, like baseball cards and everything else.
Like the tops and stuff like that.
Yeah. He.
Wait, so he's out of Dallas?
Yeah, I think he's in. I think he's in Dallas or wherever he is. Yeah.
Say, Will, appreciate the love, baby. We appreciate you all being here with us on the Odyssey app, on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, and on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We welcome in our man, Will Griffith of the King's Herald. KC, let's start with this. I got to give Will, I think I owe Will an apology, and I got to give him some credit here because the Kings were on a nice little win streak last week, and Will was like, yeah, not doing it. Not falling for it. You're not going to get me. It's like, Will, like, come on, man. You covered the King. Will, this is fun. Will said, nope. Lucy's going to move the football. Like, Will, it's fun. What are you doing? Sorry, Will, you were right.
No, I don't ever demand an apology from a fan, especially from you guys. More from me.
Move the football, just like you said you would.
I just want people to be okay with people not being okay with the Kings. Like I don't need any shame on my Twitter timeline for people who are just like, I am just not sure about it yet. This team is thinner than one ply, and that's fine. But I saw some people talking smack about people who weren't quite sure, and the Kings, as always, they helped me out a little bit.
Yeah, I learned a long time ago. I don't know, maybe a couple months ago. Let people do what they want to do, man. You know, if you have a different opinion and you guys want to talk about it, go back and forth, that's cool too. But I mean, the Kings started winning. That's not an indictment on people who said you should tank or whatever the case may be, because I see the benefit in that. Like I understand. What did I tweet out last night? Some Jalen Green highlight package, and I was like, man, can the Kings just lose all their games now so I can get that? Like, I get it, but you know, for me and other individuals, I'd much rather just have them win some games and see if they can do something a little different this year and build off of that, as opposed to a different strategy. I don't know if either one of them are right or wrong. Just you build in a different way. That's all.
There's no wrong way to be a fan.
No,
which is what I think it boils down to. If you want the team to lose all the games because you want Jalen Green, cool. If you want to be elated because they won 2 games in a row, 3 games in a row, 4 games in a row, cool. Being a Sacramento Kings fan, it feels like ways to grieve. You know what I mean? Everybody has a different way of grieving. I think that's ultimately what it boils down to. You're going to grieve at some point with the Sacramento Kings. It's just a question of how you're going to do it, Will.
My theory is that we collectively sold our souls to get Sacramento to keep the Kings, and everything now is just the devil checking one off at a time. Oh, Damian wants them to win tonight. It's not going to be tonight. Oh, Will would really like them to go for a top pick. It's not going to be this season. And as soon as we get through every single person in Sacramento who stood up for the team, then we can get our full reset. It has nothing to do with Monty. It has nothing to do with Vivek. It has everything to do with
us.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
It's all us.
It's all us.
Let me ask you something, Will, because yesterday me and Damian, we kind of talked about some of the pet peeves and some things that just two fans, two observers kind of talking about it.
Sure.
He said he doesn't want to hear the P word, patience, no more. Sure. Don't ever say patience to me. I said we need to find a way to get out of this. Just give us effort mentality. You know what I'm saying? Like, sure. We need to demand a little bit more than that. Where do you stand on this whole thing? I mean, once again, we just said there's no right or wrong way to do it. Everybody has their own preference, but like on those type of things, you don't want to hear patience anymore. You're fed up with just good effort. Like, where are you at in all that?
It's funny for a guy like me who was a little bit more pro tank than the average fan to also be okay with them preaching patience. It's just a matter of what kind of patience we're waiting for. My original theory was always this was the perfect year to go into a little mini tank. Spend one season, the season that fans can't be in the arena, where you don't have to worry about tickets or anything else like that. Play your young guys, get a coach that has those guys working their ass off every single night. And then I think it's okay to be a little bit more patient. I think it's all right to be like, hey, we're watching these guys, work every single night. You look at a team like the Knicks, where they might not win every game. They might not be the most talented bunch, but they bust their ass every single night they're on the court. Mm-hmm. And that would, to Damian's point, that would allow me to be a little bit more patient. If it's like, okay, I'm watching these guys just get on the ground. I'm watching De'Aaron Fox go 35 minutes a night busting his butt. Then, okay. This team, on the other hand, isn't quite like that. And I don't know if that's the coaching staff. We've kind of gone through this with multiple coaches. Dave Yeager was a screamer. Dave Yeager got fired because the team wasn't listening. Luke Walton was the player coach. Luke Walton was the chill guy, and he seems to have, some support in the locker room. But they still aren't, responding to some of this stuff, and it does make you impatient. I think it's time that they need a culture setter more than anything, whether that be a coach or a player.
Let me ask you this to that real quick, Damian. When I hear people say that, and I understand it, and in theory, it makes sense. But if I'm De'Aaron Fox, if I'm Richaun Holmes, I could care less about some little 19-year-old punk coming in here next year, right? Like, I'm trying to win basketball games. I'm trying to get buckets. And to say to De'Aaron or Richaun or Harrison Barnes, hey, I'm going to put you out there, no disrespect to this young man, but I'm going to put you out there with Justin James and Jamias Ramsey for the next 30 games. I'm like, oh, man, let me get my agent on the phone because I don't know if I want to be here too much longer. What do you think about their role in just saying, hey, let the young guys play?
Are you tossing that to Damian or tossing that to me?
Neither one of you guys.
No, that's going to you, Will. Don't nobody need to hear. We've got 4 hours. We've got some time with you, so go ahead.
Yeah, I think part of that is I'm the general manager and I just paid you $195 million. If you can't withstand one season of it, if I have to be afraid of you leaving after one season of me having to come in and assert my will on the team, you're probably going to leave anyways. I cannot worry about any single star player leaving a team, because what we've seen is if a star wants to leave a team, even as successful as James Harden, as his run in Houston was, they'll leave. They'll find a way to get that, whether that's run into Las Vegas during a pandemic, to jump through every single strip club in Vegas. They will find a way to push themselves out. So coming to De'Aaron Fox saying, hey, you're not quite worth the max yet. We see you as a max player 2 or 3 years down the road. We're dropping full max money on you right away. Just have patience. I'm not talking about 4 or 5 years. I'm talking about a 1-year turnaround. We're dropping one more season. We'll get our last young stud who, Kenny, to your point, De'Aaron Fox shouldn't care about that. De'Aaron Fox should be out there trying to win games. He's not out there playing head games. That's the general manager's job. We just want to see them win games the right way. And right now, it seems like every single person on the Kings, even at times De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton, if they're losing to Minnesota with Harrison Barnes and Buddy Hield, I think it's a little more acceptable if they're losing with a Woodard or a Daquan Jeffries or something like that.
Does the fact that Tyree, like, because we always associate top draft picks with being great draft picks. Well, the last time the Kings had a quote top draft pick, it didn't go well, or at least to this point, it hasn't gone well. They drafted at 12 last year with Monty McNair for the first time. Monty McNair obviously is going to be at the helm of this next draft, regardless of where they finish. And, you know, play in, play out, all of that stuff aside, do you, as someone who really dives into the draft as much as you guys do over there at the Kings Herald, do you have a little bit more confidence that no matter where the team drafts this upcoming offseason, they're going to be better next year?
I think they'll be better next year. It might be a short-term better, but they'll be better one way or another.
Explain that. Like, what do you mean?
So I think whoever they I wouldn't be surprised even Damien to see them move this pick. You know, I think that if they're ready for that 10th seed, they're ready for the 8th seed, and so they might move that pick to get a bigger impact player. But in terms of everything else, I think that Monty McNair sees that Richaun Holmes needs to come back. I think that some of the value buyer moves that he made at the trade deadline, it might not have been sending Buddy out, but it might have been a precursor to sending somebody like Buddy out or sending somebody like a Marvin Bagley out, where his bench is a little bit deeper. He might not have Buddy Hield playing at 3 anymore, but he might have a replacement, not necessarily a Mo Harkless, but somebody in mind for free agency or in the trades that he just couldn't pull off at the deadline. So I think they will be better regardless next season. I doubt that it has very much to do with the draft pick. Whoever they pick at 10 through 13 probably won't be ready like a Tyrese Halliburton was.
I'm starting to feel the same way. And everybody knows how much I've loved this draft for like the last year and a half. All right. I've loved it. But if it's not one of, as I looked around and saw things that were going on, if it's not one of the top 5, top 6 type of players, I can understand getting out of this draft, especially when, and maybe I'm a little higher on this guy than most, but especially when you went out and got somebody like a Terrence Davis and they got DeLon Wright. And like you mentioned, Will, they started to, these aren't franchise changers, but they've taken these little parts. Monty's did a really good job at the deadline of taking these little parts to fill in these little gaps to make sure those are covered. So by the time they're ready to maybe trade the 9th pick and Buddy Hield for a borderline all-star guy, now everything else is in place. So I'm kind of with you, Will, about possibly moving that pick.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. And Damien, also to your point, I don't think necessarily having a higher draft pick guarantees that you have a better player. It just guarantees that you have the chance to pick the guy that you want to draft. I think if the Kings had ended up at 8 or 7, they still might have drafted Tyrese Halliburton. He might not be the steal he was at 12, but I think that it just allows, if I'm a number 6, I'm right out of that first group of 5. Having that 6th pick allows me to evaluate everyone and pick who from the remaining gets there. It doesn't guarantee anything. You know, we can see from, you know, there's famous top 2 blunders, you know, all the way, you know, through time, but it just allows my general manager and his scouting staff the chance to pick the guy that they want.
That's Will Griffith of the Kings Herald. You hear right there on here with D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge, Kenny Caraway, Damian Barling. We're thrilled that you're here with us. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 or the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Of course, you can listen on the Odyssey app and on 1320 AM here in Northern California. Will, what's the biggest flaw right now in the Kings roster?
I think it's just a lack of defensive presence anywhere on the court. I think they need a high impact defensive. You know what? I don't even want to necessarily say a player. I think they need a culture setter, whether it's a player or a coach on the defensive end, because I don't think that they give 2 licks about anything on that end of the court at all.
With that being said, I know that people are pretty down on this team. The football has been pulled out from under them again. But just numbers wise, the way the season is playing out, they're there for that play-in game. Do you think they can make it? Do you think they will make it? I'll ask you a question. Do you think they will make it?
I never bet on the Kings in that way. I mean, I have tried time and time again, and all it's done is make my bank account shrink. So I will say that they absolutely can. I think they're in a very, very good position. For whatever reason, the Pelicans really haven't really taken to what Stan Van Gundy's saying, and they can't really stay healthy quite yet. The Warriors, if Steph Curry has any sort of lingering problems, if those Doritos ankles from his first couple of years come back, then the Kings are probably in a good shot to make it. We are a De'Aaron Fox injury away from dropping 6 or 7 straight, and he gets banged up every single night. It's just a matter of time before Fox or somebody like a Richaun Holmes or a Harrison Barnes just has an unlucky bang of the knee, and then the Kings are in big, big trouble in terms of their, trying to get to that 10 seed.
And one frustrating thing too is you both just talked about the availability of that 10 spot, how it's right there, how the Kings got a lot of things going for them. We've talked about the holes and the flaws in the roster. We've talked about how being able to improve the roster this offseason, the various ways to do it. One thing that we didn't address is the fact that 2 of the leaders of this team have talked about effort being an issue with the Kings in the last couple of games. I don't care who you put, or maybe it does matter who you put on the roster, but effort seems like it needs to be fixed internally within each player before we start worrying about, what type of basketball player that we're adding to the fold.
I chalk some of that up to prior to the season, they talked about De'Aaron Fox as the leader of this team. We're really pushing on De'Aaron Fox being the leader of this team. And I think some of this is just De'Aaron Fox is learning on how to be a leader. I don't see him as the most vocal person out there on the court. I see him as their best player, but not necessarily the guy that's in everybody's ear all the time, heading towards a timeout and whatever else like that. I think some of that complacency comes from De'Aaron Fox needing to, have a kick in the butt a little bit in terms of, hey, you need to lead this team because they're going the direction that you go. And he's still a young kid. I mean, he's making max money, and it's time for him to start, being a max player in terms of off the court or in practice or during the game, pushing those guys just a little bit harder.
What do you think about Tyrese Halliburton right now? I think he's had a very good rookie year. I feel like the production has been up and down, as the season has gone along. He got hurt and it got really low. Then he got in the starting lineup, picked up a little bit, and now it's really kind of fluctuated. Do you think that's just the way we're going to see him for the rest of the season? Or is it something that he needs to go through before he elevates back to, 15 points, 10 assists, the way we saw it a couple of weeks ago?
I mean, obviously he's being scouted a little bit better. He's coming through now. He's played a couple of these teams 2 or 3 times. So they're getting reads on him that they weren't getting the first 2 times. Well, I also think that it is a matter of, not necessarily the rookie wall, but he is now going into his, the equivalent of a second NCAA season for him. And coming right out of high school after a year and a half, I don't think he's ready for that. I think it's a natural process with him too, in terms of he now gets to feel what it's like to lose for the first time in his life. And I think sometimes that, whether you attribute it to that or not, that can be a downer when you are on that high of 7 and 8 games, and then you lose 3, 4. Oh, here comes the worst team in the league, and you lose that one too. I think that's a drain, and I think for any kid at his age, they would fluctuate a little bit in those situations.
Will Griffith of the Kings Herald. That's the frustrating thing, Will, is because you laid out earlier how this team is an injury away from, a De'Aaron Fox injury away from this all going south, like way, way south. And you realize, well, they've had 9-game losing streaks. De'Aaron missed some time in there. They have this 4-game losing streak. They just lost to the record-wise worst team in basketball. Like De'Aaron was there for all of those. Like they're outside of Marvin, and people are going to have their feelings on Marvin Bagley. There weren't any new injuries out, between the latest round of 7 of 8 or 7 of 9 or whatever it was. There were no new injuries to that. So it's like this team is it's the regular roller coaster of being a Sacramento Kings fan or a Sacramento Kings follower. It feels like you're winning games, and it's like, okay, well, even if you take the argument that the Kings are playing bad teams, or maybe you're catching them at the right moment, you head into another round of games where you could argue you're catching some of those teams at the right moment. You could make an argument you're playing some bad teams, but yet somehow you lose, 4 in a row again. Headed into this game against Detroit, where we're all sitting here like, oh dear God. Not again.
Yeah,
Not
you see that approaching. You see that Detroit game being lost at the buzzer or something like that, and seeing all of Sacramento burn down.
Go ahead, say it. Say a Corey Joseph buzzer beater. Go ahead.
Yes,
say
that's
it.
exactly what's going to happen.
We're all thinking
Corey Joseph is going to hit a 3 to win that game, and all of Sacramento will burn down.
Oh man, you're the best, Will. Thanks for hanging out with us for so long, man. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Anytime. That is our man, Will Griffith of the King's Herald. You know how much we love everybody over there at the King's Herald. We appreciate Will having us on. The plan was only to have him. We were going to have him on for like 15 minutes. He stayed for well over 20 minutes. So we greatly appreciate that, KC. As we roll along here, we haven't really dug into that ESPN under 25 NBA rankings. And, before we, like really dive into that, you say something that just sticks in my head, and it regularly repeats in my head, where you talk about like, what is another 19-year-old or a 20-year-old going to do with this roster when they get here next year? And I keep trying to figure what is the piece that this King's missing? Like, we know Jalen Green is talented, and that feels like it's out of reach. We know that, hell, if we start looking, Davion Mitchell, you start looking around at other players that we've seen declaring for the draft that we just saw play in the national title. We know that they're talented, but are they going to really be able to help this team next year?
I think they can. It may not be in that starter role or anything like that, but for a year or two, kind of like how Tyrese came into the league, off the bench, getting a line share. The starters like minutes, but still come in off the bench. It's kind of fluctuated as Monty has made moves, as I've evaluated this team as the season's gone along. I think that it's more of I want to say a 3 type guy, but you also kind of want to get Harrison out of that 4 role. So now it's kind of moved up a little bit, where you get a guy that maybe is a stretch 4, or you can get that starter in free agency. I'm just throwing out a name, a Lauri Markkanen at the 4, and you draft a guy that you can kind of develop. Maybe that's where you get a Zaire Williams or a Jalen Johnson or something like that in the early teens. But then it goes back to, how are these guys defended? Because I agree with Will. There is a mentality change that needs to happen with this franchise, with this roster. They need somebody with some nasty to them. And it's hard to tell if a 19-year-old is that. I've actually maybe disparagingly used his name a couple of times, but Scotty Barnes is kind of like that out of Florida State.
Mac Jones. Really thought you were going to say Mac Jones right there.
I don't want to see Mac Jones going anywhere in any draft near my teams. Sorry. Okay.
Didn't mean to open that one here.
But Scotty Barnes is the kind of guy that I see as a young kid who has that in him. Does Zaire have it? Does a Jalen Johnson have it? Does a BJ Boston, who was at one point a lottery pick, now he's possibly a second-round guy? Does he have that in him? Does Kuminga? Does Josh Christopher? Does Keon Johnson? Do these guys have that in them? I'm not sure at this young age, but that's the type of guy that they need to be looking to bring in. They've got enough nice guys. Give me somebody with an edge.
And we've talked about for a while here that the Monty McNair appears to be adding defensive-minded guys. Like Monty McNair, we look at what he did at the trade deadline. We look at Tyrese Halliburton, for example. It looks like he's trying to, establish some identity on the defensive end. We talked about high IQ guys, and we've talked about defensive guys, and it looks like that's what he acquired here at the trade deadline. And I mean, we'll see if the pattern holds true here as free agency approaches in this upcoming offseason, and then of course, the NBA draft as well. Yeah,
I think that that's where he wants to go. He wants to go with with a lot of these 3-and-D guys that can hit the long ball, but also they have a length on the defensive end. They can switch out. They can switch defenders pretty much seamlessly. I think that's where he wants to go. I understand that. At some point, though, I think this team needs another guy. It's really hard to say, and it's crazy to say, because they are a top 6 scoring team in the league.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they need a guy that can get the bucket that they need a little easier, can go one-on-one. can score at all three levels, off the bounce, from the catch and shoot, out of the triple threat. I think they need one more guy like that, because if you go up against a team that shuts off De'Aaron, where else are you getting anything other than wide open threes?
Well, with Tyrese and De'Aaron, what about a player that could score in the block?
That too. Well,
Okay.
ironically, it's what you kind of hope number 35 will be. But it seems like that time.
Yes, that's what you hope number 35 would be.
Yeah.
But and I feel like that's a whole other.
Well, look, I know where you might be going. Are we so sure that it's just over?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not, I'm not sure that it's over. Absolutely not.
And see, it's crazy because I mentioned what I mentioned before a couple of weeks ago when he got hurt, and I still stay with it. You can't rely on him. And it's not a knock on him personally or anything like that, but just the history of his injury history. You can't rely on him. But that is kind of, with these other little additions that they got, maybe you find somebody to switch out Buddy's role or something like that. But that's kind of where the hole is right now, that 4 spot. Because then that puts everybody in their natural spot. You start Tyrese at the 2. Harrison goes to the 3, Marvin at the 4, Richaun at the 5. Marvin and Richaun are kind of battling with each other on those boards in a good way. You know what I mean? Kind of locking down, being long and lengthy in there. That's kind of where I see them needing to get a little better. And they have a guy right there, and we don't know if that is going to continue, if that's going to work or anything like that.
Yeah.
Man.
We'll talk more about the Kings. I promise we will get to this ESPN under 25 NBA rankings. We will do that next. We'd love to see your thoughts here in the chat on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Of course, you can call as well, 916-349-1320. What's our phone number again?
349-1320. 916-349-1320.
You'd think I'd be able to say it properly here after all this time. You'd think I'd get it, but somehow I'm not. I do know that we're Sacramento's #1 sports station. We're back with more of D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
Let me use the roof.
Okay, go ahead. We never do this. We never, ever do this. We actually both need to break at the same time. Never happened in show history before. So everybody just hang on. Be right back. In fact, I could pull Jesse into the chat, and Jesse can entertain you. Jesse, entertain everybody. We'll both be right back.
You guys like irresponsible parents leaving at the same time.
Del Taco for a honey chipotle barbecue crispy chicken taco. Only $1 at Del Taco. Hell yeah. Price and participation may vary. This is your home for all the sports you love. All the baseball. Go beyond the diamond with in-depth coverage of your favorite team. The top sports stations across the country have exclusive team interviews, game coverage, and predictions for the 2021 season, and local team insiders. Check out Big Time Baseball, an Odyssey original podcast, and fuel your fandom only on Odyssey. All the baseball you love. It's all here, live and on demand. AUDACY. Odyssey. As an organ donor, your story doesn't have to.
Wonder if I've seen your comment quite a bit. These guys are pretty much divas. Don't let them fool you.
Eyes with your guess. Your heart could keep beating. Your kidneys could keep filtering. And your intestines keep on digesting for others. And that's not all. You can improve the lives of 50 more people as an eye and tissue donor, restoring sight and health. And you're not just helping out the person receiving the transplant. You're touching whole families with your life savings.
Murph Dahlbeck's supposed to be pretty good, but he hadn't really got in there too much. And yeah, guys, I'm a little bit quiet, so whatever you guys want to talk about, let me know.
Someone else will be happy too. Inside of you, go to organdonor.gov. It saves lives. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration.
Does learning a language feel like this? No hablo español? Hablo? Es hablo. Bom dia. Good day, good morning, I think.
I can say je m'appelle David, but that's probably it.
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babel is designed with that goal in mind.
Yeah, Warren, I'm hyped. Should be pretty good. It's gonna be real fans, but yeah.
So my husband is from Guatemala. I'll apply what I've learned in Babel plus everyone who's running out. Nothing really stuck. That was been a complete game changer for me.
I'm back, everybody. Oh my gosh, who wants to fight? Wait, what? Who's fighting?
Dabble, language for life, celebrating. Now try Dabble for free at dabble.com and start learning a new language today.
Oh, Jesse, you here?
Yeah, they have me in here. Do let me by myself.
Jesse's sitting around like Will Smith.
Reliable replacement batteries starting at just $79.99, and they've always got a solution. AutoZone.
I come in here. Mark is talking about let's fight. Somebody mentioned Del Taco. Del Taco's trash, by the way.
Del Taco's the worst
Oh
idea
my
of food
God.
ever.
So bad.
Man.
Damien, Del Taco's trash, correct?
Oh man, not in. I have no. Yeah, even when I ate it, oh, nah, that ain't for me. From what I understand, that's for drunk people. I don't know, like you know what? That's not. My sister likes it, which is just crazy to me.
D'Lo and Casey continues on ESPN 1320.
We continue to roll along here. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We'll be with you here till 4 o'clock. If you want to get in on the show, you most definitely can. Obviously, a number of people are doing it here in the chat on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel, and at 916-349-1320 if you want to be a part of the conversation. Okay, we've been mentioning this list like 4, 5, 6, 7 times. I don't really know. It was a topic of conversation yesterday. It was a big topic of conversation on the various ESPN shows this morning, but the ESPN 25 and under list. And you know, anytime rankings come out, boy, the dissension when rankings are released. ESPN said Luka Doncic he's the guy. He is the guy under 25 right now. He's 22 years old, and they ranked him as these are the young talent. It really didn't say, you know, you often hear things like what 25 and under player would you start your franchise with?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't really say this is the best player under 25. It wasn't really prefaced like that. It was just kind of laid out as these are the top 25 NBA stars under the age of 25. So again, with all rankings, you get reaction to them. That's why people put out rankings. Kenny hates them.
Contrary to what Damien thinks, I do not hate rankings.
It feels like you do.
I actually live for rankings.
We've had quarterback rankings, power list rankings. It wasn't until we changed ranking to ladder that just everything went haywire. When we changed the word ranking to ladder, just everything went nuts. There's a number of things to break down here. Luka Doncic is the guy that they said was number one. Zion Williamson at number 2. I don't have a problem with any of that. Sense. Like it's fine. This is where stuff started to happen. They said LaMelo Ball was number 3. This is Bobby Marks, Kevin Pelton, Mike Schmitz. This is 3 ESPN writers. LaMelo Ball, he's a little over 19 years old, about 19 and a half. He was having a phenomenal season before he hurt his wrist, but he ranks ahead of Donovan Mitchell. He ranks ahead of Jason Tatum. He ranks ahead of De'Aaron Fox, who finished at number 6. I say finished at number 6. They put him at number 6. We'll get to that. He's above Ben Simmons, Devin Booker, Bam Adebayo, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That's your top 10 right there. But LaMelo Ball at number 3. I know you love you some LaMelo Ball, but 3?
I mentioned before, some of the things I've seen from LaMelo this year is as good as I've ever seen, or I've never seen it before. Some of these passes. I remember when I was evaluating him for the draft, and I was just like, I mean, he's an elite passer. Like some of the best vision I've ever seen in my life. And he's only 19 years old. Like all the other stuff, I think will come into play. The scoring will be better. I think he's going to be a triple-double monster after a while. Even I think the defense, he can learn how to defend at a different level. I don't think he's going to be Trae Young out there on the defensive end. I can understand.
It's to say he's not going to be really, really bad on the defensive end.
Not even try on the defensive end is what Trae Young does. But I see it. I'm okay with it. Number 3, I get it.
Okay. All right.
The bigger thing to me in this whole thing, Damian, was Fox being 6. And you mentioned some of the guys that he was ahead of. You mentioned I say Trae Young. Trae Young was like 16. We're always talking about Ja. He's way ahead of Ja. He's way ahead of Jamal Murray, ahead of Ben Simmons, ahead of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Ahead of Jaylen Brown, Brandon Ingram. He's ahead of a lot of these guys.
Like 6 is no joke.
Here's what they wrote about De'Aaron Fox. Fox is one of only 7 players in the NBA averaging at least 24 points and 7 assists per game as the leader of a Kings franchise that finally appears headed in the right direction.
Wait a minute. the view from everywhere else in the country is so different.
They wrote this a week ago. They might have just published it yesterday, but they wrote this a week ago. Schmitz wrote, as I outlined last year, the game has slowed down for Fox. It's actually something Ramona Shelburne told us as well. He's striking that balance between using his blazing speed and taking what the defense gives him. According to Second Spectrum data, Fox generates the 5th most points per chance on drives. The 5th most points per chance. I never heard of that stat before, but I'm with it. He's also posting 70. He's also posting a 70% effective field goal percentage on shots in the restricted area. Once he can get his 3-ball above league average, Fox will be close to unguardable.
Wow.
Fox, of course, just a little bit over 23 years old right now.
I mean,
that's high praise.
That's super high praise. I mean, you look at, once again, we always complain about national media and all this other stuff. This is about as high praise as you can get almost, being realistic. I mean, he's ahead of all-stars here. Ben Simmons, Devin Booker. I think Bam made the all-star game this year. SGA was a borderline all-star. Brandon Ingram, all-star. Jaylen Brown, an all-star. And they've got him above those guys at number 6. Let me ask you a question. Do you think he's ranked a little too high? Because I don't. Let me just put that out there. I don't think he is.
I think when I look at the guy that I'm the biggest fan of that's ranked behind him, I wouldn't rank above him, and it's Jaylen Brown. Like Jaylen Brown is ranked 12th on this list. And okay, I'm not going to argue. Like Ingram's ahead of him, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's ahead of him. Like I'm not going to argue that. But you know how much people love Devin Booker. Like Devin Booker was like the national media's guy for a while. Whether it was NBA on TNT or was the NBA on ESPN, there was a hashtag get Devin Booker out of Houston movement. All of these things were happening. Like they gave Fox a little bit more love than Booker here on this list.
Yeah. And you know what? I think we've mentioned this before.
Of course, he has been on the list five years. We should point out that as well. Devin Booker has been on this list 5 years. Ben Simmons has been on this list 5 years. I don't know where De'Aaron was ranked last year, if he was even on the list last year. I got to assume he was at least on the list last year, but I don't know where he was ranked.
I think we went through this before when I said Devin Booker would be a major villain in a playoff series with the Kings. I know I said it with Luka, in the Maverick. I said,
absolutely. Like
if
the way the
we were-
fans reacted to him. Oh, for sure.
They would hate Devin Booker, and he just got a little whininess to him, and I understand it. But that boy is bad.
Mm-hmm.
That boy is bad, and I may be biased. I would take Fox over him, but much to your point, I'm surprised they put De'Aaron Fox over him and Ben Simmons.
Yeah,
I'm surprised, but I'm happy. And man, I think James Ham was on here talking about it, and a couple of people have talked about it before on here, is you just kind of look at, and you might have talked about it, Damien, you look at what Fox has done in his first 4 years, and you compare that to somebody like a Russell Westbrook, and he's exceeded what they did. You look what John Wall did. He's exceeded. He's blown away what John Wall did in his first 4 years, and that's a multi-time All-Star. That's a guy that was getting his team to the second round of the playoffs. So you get frustrated, you get upset, but you remember he's 24 years old. And you got a 24-year-old guy who is looked at as one of the best players in the league, like one of the upper echelon players in this game. And he's only understanding the game a little bit more and getting a little better.
Yeah.
So,
and that's it is and that's one of the things with De'Aaron where sometimes I wonder if this sounds weird to talk about when you're talking about someone on your home team. I feel like maybe when we look at De'Aaron, maybe we're too close, and I think we do this with all of our players, all the Kings players, is like we're a little too close to the situation. Like De'Aaron's growth has really been extraordinary. I've often joked about how we've always, De'Aaron's got to take the next step. Every time we have a James Ham, a Jason Anderson, a Jason Jones, Will, Bryant, anybody, we'll have them on for, now it might shift from De'Aaron to Tyrese. Is Tyrese going to take that next step? Who's going to be the guy to, they've got to take that next step. De'Aaron was constantly, step, what's next? What are you going to do next? Okay, your rookie year was really impressive. What are you going to do next? Wow, your second year was really, really impressive. What are you going to do now? And it's like, you got to keep getting better. And because he's getting better, but the team isn't necessarily getting better, I don't know that we look at those two things separately. I think we look at them as a whole, like, it's the team's not getting better, but De'Aaron's improvement has been incredible.
Yeah,
he legitimately is a top NBA player. No, not Giannis. No, he's not going to be in the MVP conversations. He's not James Harden. Let this team figure something out, and the Kings be able to start stringing togethers like they did once upon a time a couple of decades ago. De'Aaron would be in that conversation, and his numbers back that up.
Yeah,
it's just the Kings as a team are a long way from that.
And I even think back to, I listened to the clip that we had on Twitter yesterday about me talking about De'Aaron, this is on you, this is your team and stuff like that. And I look back and I say, I expect a lot out of De'Aaron Fox. And this is an old coach mantra right here. I expect a lot out of you because I think a whole lot of you. You know what I'm saying? I think you're capable of everything that I'm expecting out of you. I think you're that special. When I talk about De'Aaron Fox, I don't think that much out of Buddy Hield. I don't say Buddy Hield lead this team because I don't think you have that capability. I think Fox can do it all. I think he can be the best offensive player on the team or close to it. He can be the guy that sets the table for everybody. He can be one of your top defenders. He can be your leader. I think he can do it all. That's why I expect that out of him. And at the same time, I can also realize, man, that's a lot. What do I say all the time? That's a lot on his plate. He's got a lot on his plate, and he's on his 25 list. He's 24 years old. You know what I mean? And everything that happens with even somebody, and I'm not comparing him to him or anything like that, but even number one on this list, Luka Doncic, as great as he is, Dallas doesn't look at him like, yo, Luka, what's up with your defense? I need you to play defense. I need you to be better on the defense. No, they're like, okay, Luka, do what you do, and we'll have somebody else come defend the best guards or whatever, or we'll hide you or whatever the case may be. I can make the argument there aren't many guys that have the responsibility in this league the way De'Aaron Fox does to play an all-around both sides game.
Yeah. Tyrese was 21. probably throw that in here too.
Yeah, he was 21. And I'm glad you brought that up because I listened to the Hoop Collective podcast where they kind of discuss breaking all these things down. And they were like very complimentary of Tyrese. Like, man, did we put him too low? You know, maybe he should be higher. Like they really battled with that one. And yeah, shout out to Tyrese. So now essentially, I mean, if I want to stretch the truth just a little bit, I could say the Kings got 2 of the top 20 under 25 on the roster right now.
20-ish. Yeah, 20-ish. I mean,
20-ish. There you go.
Yeah, 20-ish.
There you go.
A quote here from this write-up. If anything, Halliburton has exceeded expectations with his knockdown outside shooting and ability to create out of the pick and roll areas, or out of the pick and roll areas that were supposedly a concern.
Okay, but wait a minute. Jay James, stop it.
Okay.
Where did Buddy fall on the top 40 over 40 list? That's uncalled for.
It's a fair question. That's a fair question. That's a fair question. Nothing wrong with that. It's Tom Brady, Drew Brees, and Buddy Hield. What's the problem?
Top 40 over 40.
That's a good question, Jeff. I don't have any problem with that question whatsoever. So we were talking about De'Aaron in this, you know, a minute ago with year 1 to year 2. That was a big jump. And I'd argue, I remember Luka had the phenomenal rookie year, and as the offseason got here, it's like, man, what can he do for an encore? What can, you know, could he be one of the league's greats? And it's like, whoa, like, hang on. Like, guys don't regularly have like massive jumps their second season.
Mm-hmm.
Some have them in their third, some like progress a little bit, but we're talking like De'Aaron from year 1 to year 2, it was a leap. Like it wasn't even a step, wasn't even a jump. Like it was a straight Carl Lewis 1984 in Los Angeles like style leap. Like he went at it
out here.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, Luka was able to do the same thing, which given the level that he was playing at was really extraordinary. He went from, man, what an incredible rookie, to wow, this dude could be the face of the league, or he could, you know, he could be in that upper tier of players here in that second season. I want to be careful that we don't put like unrealistic expectations on Tyrese Halliburton headed into next year.
Right.
I think if we see growth from Tyrese Halliburton, that's a huge plus for the Sacramento Kings. But expecting him to jump the way that De'Aaron did would be unfair to everybody.
I agree. Absolutely.
He's already really good, but
he's already really good, and the things that he does don't always necessarily show up in the box scores, and I can understand it. He's just a guy that understands how to play the game. You know what I mean? And I talked about it with Richaun earlier, and Tyrese is kind of the same way, where whatever it is the team needs, that's what he's going to give you. If they need a little scoring punch today, he'll score a little bit more. If they need a facilitator, he'll do that. If they need somebody to make some game-changing plays on the defensive end, he'll look to do that as well. It's one of the things that I love about his game, and one of the things that kind of frustrates me, because I think just for this particular team, they need him to be more aggressive on the offensive end, looking to get his own shots. And he's just, I think I listened to him on a podcast, or I came to my own conclusion, or I read it or something, but he just talks about, and he's right. He's like, I don't take bad shots. Like, I'm just not going to take a bad shot. Mm-hmm. I'm a work the ball to get it to somebody who's open, who has a better look or something like that. But I try the best I can not to take bad shots. And I'm a believer. Sometimes I'm gonna need Tyrese to force something up a little bit.
So that's what I was going to ask you. Is that the part of his game that you want to see evolve? Is it like his? I don't know. Is like his aggressiveness on the offensive end? Is that where what you want to see him? Where you want to see him evolve the most? Yeah.
I definitely want to see him get more aggressive, looking for his shots. I know it's a little crowded right now, you know, with the shot attempts, with Fox, Hield. Barnes doesn't take that many shots, but you know,
he certainly does. He's certainly taking a lot less lately.
Yeah. So it seems a little crowded. I mean, I guess the biggest issue is when they can get Buddy out of the starting lineup, then that frees up about 17 shots a night. And maybe maybe Tyrese would take 8 of those or something like that. But yeah, man, I want to see him get a little bit more aggressive on the offensive end simply because they need it. They need him to be aggressive.
I wonder, watching his journey as a scorer is going to be fascinating because he's not going to get worse on the defensive end. I think he's too IQ. Like we go back to our conversation with Steve Prohm, his college coach. It's like, no, he's ready to play NBA defense right now. He's ready to be an NBA player right now. And that's one of the things that he said to us on draft night that stuck out the most in my head. He's ready to be an NBA player right now on both sides of the floor. He's not going to lose that ability to be a strong defender. If anything, obviously, I think he's going to get better on that end. But his maturity on the offensive end, his aggressiveness, to go with what you were talking about, how that changes on the offensive end, that could really dictate, because we've talked about, I know we get excited after a couple of games and we see, there was did we have a 60-point outing between the two? Maybe it was 50 plus. I feel like we had a 60-point outing with De'Aaron and Tyrese one night in a backcourt. I can't remember. Maybe it was 50 plus. Maybe it was 50 plus. But
well, it might have been, because I think that was the night De'Aaron had 44.
Okay.
Against the Warriors.
Okay.
So maybe it was 60. I'm sure it was more than 50.
So it was, but it was a big night from Tyrese too. It was a big night from that backcourt, and right. Woo, Dame CJ part 2. And you're like, all right, that's silly. And then you start to think like, well, could it be though? Like Dame CJ, that's going to go down as one of the great backcourts of all time.
Yeah.
But can they take that moniker as a great backcourt like now? We're talking about great backcourts in the NBA. Could it be Tyrese? Tyrese is going to have to score more for them to get that recognition, that adulation. Because when we Steph and Clay, Dame and CJ, like you could throw Chris Paul and Devin Booker in there now. Like you've got to have two guys that can score, and you got to have those two guys who are scoring amount to victories. When you do that, then you're talking about great backcourts in the entire league. But I feel like Tyrese is capable. He's capable of doing it on a different degree though than Dame, CJ, than Chris Paul or Devin Booker or any of those guys. Because I think anytime Tyrese Halliburton scores a bunch of points, whether it's 20 or if he breaks the 30-point margin, he's going to do it in a really, really efficient manner. He'll probably be at the foul line a lot. I don't think Tyrese is ever going to shoot 20 plus shots.
Right. Plus, he doesn't get to the foul. At least right now, he don't get to the foul line enough. You know what I mean? Because he's the dirty little secret about Tyrese right now, and I want to see the
evolution. Triple H. That's it. It's evolution. Yeah. If I had been quicker, I would have had it there for you. But better late than never.
It's big bumps is it.
Evolution.
The evolution of his game is going to be creating shots one-on-one. Right now, he still kind of needs the ball being swung and somebody like over helping for him to go by somebody, or it's on a pick and roll. I want to see him out of a triple threat or even off the bounce, be able to get by somebody or create his own shot that way and not have it always be a three. Like a lot of the times he can create space for the three, then he can get that off. But I want to see if he can get by somebody. And that's just going to, I trust in his work ethic and him getting better every year, that he'll work on that and he'll improve on that. But that's the next step. That's what I want to see from him next.
It feels like with these two guys, and Tyrese and De'Aaron, that these are legitimate. This is like legitimately who, if you're Monty McNair, you're building around this team. Like I'm sorry, you're building around these two. You're building your team. Thank you. I don't know why I took such a long way of explaining it. Like this is the core right here. This is this is the squad. And correct me if I'm wrong, because you created the core. It's just De'Aaron and Tyrese.
That's all it is right now. And I got Richaun in the core.
And Harrison.
And Harrison's in the core.
But then that's the end of it.
That's all you got. That's all you got is 4 players.
Yeah. Core.
I had Bagley possibly being in there before everything went down with the injury.
But you didn't. Don't see that. I feel like you phrased that wrong. You said I had Bagley possibly being in there. He wasn't in there yet. He was on the outskirts.
Did I? Yeah, was he in the? Yeah, maybe
he wasn't in Las Vegas, Nevada. He was in Henderson. Like he was on the outside. He wasn't there. He was close enough. Like we could see the strip.
He wasn't in Sacramento. He was in Elk Grove.
There you go. And not Kenny's Elk Grove either. He was on like the 99 Elk Grove. He was on the 99 Elk Grove. Bagley can't afford to get to. He can't afford to get to Kenny's side of Elk Grove. Like Kenny's got a whole exit to himself in Elk Grove. You got to show ID to get off.
I got to do what I got to do. I did look at one thing though. De'Aaron Fox, 4th year, 24.6, 7.1. Russell Westbrook, his 4th year. Make sure I got it on the right one. 23 points, 5 assists. Westbrook didn't really take off until what is this? I can't even count the years. 5, 6, 7. His 7th year, where he went for 28 and 7. That's when he this is Russell Westbrook.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine if De'Aaron Fox went for like 28 and 9 a night?
I just hope he doesn't average a triple-double because no one will care. Once he does it, that's cool. And then he'll get ridiculed for it. And then they'll be told he's chasing rebounds and he knows how many assists he has. So he's trying to get assists, he's stat chasing because he's getting a triple double. I don't wish that for De'Aaron. So hopefully I think Russell Westbrook's damn near averaging a triple double now this season, but we don't want that because it would be bad for De'Aaron and he'd be called selfish and he'd be criticized for not winning championships and different things like that. So we don't want that for De'Aaron.
No,
but we want to be.
Well, look,
28, 9, and 9. That's what we want for De'Aaron. Anything else that'd be ridiculous. But 28, 9, and 9.
Well, I'll say this: if De'Aaron averages a triple double, you won't have to worry about none of that nonsense on this show.
No, most definitely not. And that's all it is.
Getting it here, he'll get all the love.
Anybody averages a triple double, period. You don't have to worry about any slander on this show.
Wait a minute. Don't say that. Because I feel like James Harden is close. I feel like
Glad you caught me, partner. Glad you caught me, partner. Thank you for that. Also, Sean Miller's out in Arizona. Man.
You guys stop. Don't join the bandwagon.
What? I got an idea. What's the problem? I think Kenny knows what my idea is.
You guys are out of pocket.
What do you mean? I'll share it with you, and I think Kenny already knows what it is. I think everybody knows what it is. It's D-Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
You guys are out of pocket, man. You guys are out of pocket. That's true.
Real.
That's very true.
For real.
Damien, have you ever been to? First of all, I know you're not a baseball guy, but are you go to a baseball game guy? Mm-hmm. Do you enjoy that?
Oh yeah.
You ever been to Petco Park?
Yeah. No, that's San Diego.
Yeah.
No. Mm-mm.
That's a great.
No, I've heard. Yeah, I've heard.
Oh man, I think Oracle Park, whatever, it's AT&T Park. I think that's the best in the game.
It's really nice.
I think that's the best in the game. But San Diego, if somebody wanted to tell me San Diego is the best in the game, what do we always say? I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yeah,
Petco is amazing.
Yes, we can agree. Can I get one more second? Sorry, I need one more second.
Go ahead. Might be Tropicana might be worse. This game ain't a bad place to watch a game. It's not a bad place. I think it's a little overrated in terms of people are like, oh yeah, that A's crowd. Because I went to a Yankees game and the A's and the Yankees were good, and people are like, oh, it's so loud in Oakland. Oh, it's just like Oracle Arena. Relax. It's nowhere near that. No, Ramsey, it's not Oracle Park. Oracle Park it's a 1-on-1. Anybody on here been to Pittsburgh? That's what they always try to say is also one of the best, if not the best, stadium in the game. I've never been to PNC, but I find it hard to believe, and maybe I'm biased, but I find it hard to believe anything is better than Oracle Park. Maybe just as good, but I don't think there's anything better than Oracle Park. Yeah, they need to get rid of Mount Davis. Oddly enough, I think it was Damien or somebody told me or was it Jesse? Somebody, they're still paying for Mount Davis, so they can't even take it down. That's it's just ridiculous. Seattle, yeah. I'd like to check that place out too. I want to get to Seattle. I've been meaning for like the last decade to get to a Seattle Seahawks 49ers game in Seattle. Definitely want to do that.
Seattle's dope.
This is a little sacrilegious of me. Dodger Stadium is pretty cool. Dodger Stadium is pretty cool. I enjoyed my time at Dodger Stadium. Which reminds me and shout out to Ken. I guess he took umbrage in what I was saying when I said Angel Stadium is the most boring, bland stadium, maybe in all of sports.
Okay.
It is just a library. Boring.
John, people aren't hitting the thumbs up. Get them. Y'all got to hit the thumbs up on YouTube. Thumbs up. We got to get to 50 before we come back from commercial.
Need that.
Got to get to 50. John, get him. Like, John, what do you want? John, this is your one job to make sure everybody hits the thumbs up. You're in charge.
I want to go to Wrigley. I've been to the new Yankee Stadium. Awesome. I never got to the old one, but I've been to the new Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. You know, I love New York. It's something cool about having a stadium in the Bronx.
Yeah, I've been to the new one. I've never been to the old one. Never been to the old one. Yeah, Greeny knows what's up.
Yes, sir.
Greeny, we appreciate you so much. Thanks for hanging out with us here.
Well, John is funny.
We gotta see. We gotta see if we could get. It would be dope if we could get Greeny on like the Twitch and YouTube feed. Just like Greeny, I'm gonna send you a link, man. Just click it. Like that's how we're gonna do our interview.
Get on there. Hey, Greeny, how you doing? Welcome to D-Lo and KC.
Teach me how you do these teases. Like how is Aaron Rodgers' career in jeopardy?
When we come back, I'll tell you what the Cleveland Browns. Oh, no. Actually, we did do a Greeny earlier on the show call. I said, when I come back, we'll tell you what Bret Hart and Ryan Fitzpatrick have in common.
Dude, that was a real discussion. That was a very, very real discussion. What, like, are Bret Hart and Ryan Fitzpatrick the same person? I had mentioned before the break, I don't know what you started laughing at. Sean Miller is out in Arizona. I got an idea. I don't know.
What's your idea?
Well, what got my, let me share with you what got my attention first. Adrian Wojnarowski tweeted this a couple of minutes ago. Sean Miller's immediate future is likely as an NBA assistant.
Sean Miller, one of the, I don't know if great is the right word, but one of the great sweaters of all time. I mean, sometimes I've seen his shirt during the second half of games. I'm like, are you serious? Are you for real?
Oh, Sean, he's an interesting character. He also, let's see, Adrian Wojnarowski continued at least one team expressed interest in the offseason, sources said, and now that he's left Arizona, expected Miller will move in that direction in the offseason. I don't know. What do you think Arizona should do with that coaching vacancy?
Find the best guy that fits the program.
I agree. Find the best guy who fits the program. Probably someone who went to the school. Someone who has coaching experience.
Oh, I was going to say Richard Jefferson. No, not him.
Well, someone with head coaching experience.
Didn't Miles Simon coach at a college? Miles Simon, Mike Bibby. He's the head coach of a high school team.
try to find someone who like has a really good rapport with their players. Like
Steve Kerr.
Steve Kerr's not leaving the Golden State Warriors. Find someone who really just hasn't found their footing maybe in their current coaching gig. I don't know. I don't have anybody specific in mind. I'm just throwing some things out there. No, I'm just thinking about what Arizona could really, really target when they look for their next head coach. You know, perhaps if you could find someone with NBA coaching experience, that'd be incredible. Like that'd be huge for Arizona.
Kyle, spot on. Damon Stoudemire.
Okay. Damon Stoudemire doesn't have NBA coaching experience. I like Damon Stoudemire. That'd be a good selection. And if you were asked me to pick a front runner, it'd probably be him. Like he'd be my front runner for that Arizona job. 916-349-1320. Our man, Big Al on the line. Big Al, what's up, baby?
D-Lo, you're making cliche. I always like to see KC's face, but I'm not, that. I've been driving my car. I don't want to be told. It's like your yes to yes, your no be no, as the scriptures say. Luke Walton should go, except for how good of a recruiter do you think he is? You want to bust. You know how hard you had to bust it in recruiting and all the expectations that U of A alumni have. But I think you're right, and for your Sacramento Kings, that'd be a tremendous blessing.
I hadn't thought of that. It had never crossed my mind that Luke Walton went to Arizona and he could potentially.
Oh, look at Big Al just sparking.
That was Big Al's idea. That's a great idea, Big Al. And yeah, dude, coaching in college is a different animal. Like that is a whole different animal. You are the CEO of an operation. You're not just the head coach. Like you are running the entire operation. You're in charge of that entire basketball program. It's something. It's different.
Yeah.
So D'Lo, to ask you that question and to follow up. Now, seriously, do you really think, from what you know, seeing of Walton, where he's been, do you think he has the right personality and such to be a college, as you described, college CEO/coach?
I don't know. I don't want to say that he can't be. I think he does a good job of protecting his players. I don't know what type of coach Luke Walton is. Like I don't know what he says to his team when no one's around. Like I don't know what he says to his team in practice. I know what he says to us, and I know that I'm hard on Luke Walton, but I don't think the things that Luke Walton says to us are the things that he says to his players. I really don't know what type of coach Luke Walton is, but if I just took his personality, I think he could do it. I think he'd have more leeway at Arizona because he is an alum there. But it's tough. It is not the same as being a head coach in the NBA. You're not just a coach in college. You're so much more. What do you think? You think he could do it? Big Al?
I wish. I'm here. I'm with you because remember, we had very successful assistant coach at Golden State. Frankly, I told you this before. The three of us could go under that scenario that he was.
That's not true.
With us.
I don't believe that.
Okay, then he was the Lakers, right? The Lakers and LeBron, maybe nicely, gave him great credit as he was going out. Okay, all right. Yeah. But the big thing, you said some of the things. You know what you got to deal with, D-Lo? You know what you got to deal with? The alumni, the people with money stuffing money down people's pants.
Yep.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah. No, that's real talk. You got to be careful what you ask for. Thanks, Big Al. We appreciate you as always.
Big Al.
Never thought of Luke potentially taking that college job.
Just out of nowhere, it just came to your head when Big Al mentioned it.
I'll let Kenny. It's a news story. And I'm just presenting the news story to the people who are kind enough to be listening to us. That's all I'm doing.
You're doing your job.
That's it. I'm doing my job. That's it. That's it.
Y'all don't leave that man alone. Leave that man alone.
I don't know that I wish college coaching on anything, man. I've learned a little bit about it over the last little. It is something different, man. It is a whole different type of grind.
In 90 seconds or less, explain to me why that is hard, because I don't see it as being that
college coaching.
Yeah, like when you get to that level, like you've got an Arizona or a Michigan or like it's almost on cruise control.
No, it's not. No, because especially when you're talking about organizations like that, especially when you're talking about programs like that, you're expected to maintain like a certain level. So when I say you're the CEO of the operation, you are very much the CEO of the operation. You have a budget for your entire staff. That's not just like your coaching staff. That's like your basketball operations staff. It's the person who handles your social media stuff. It's the person who, your video coordinator, like you're in charge of all of those hires. You've got recruiting. You have to determine what recruits do I have to call? What recruits do my assistants need to call? Which ones have moved on from my assistants to me? How do I manage the transfer portal, which is a whole different animal now? You got to manage the transfer portal. You're rooting for teams in the NCAA tournament to lose, so you could go grab players from those teams, who have already entered the transfer portal. Have already declared that they're going to enter the transfer portal when the season's over. So it's literally, it feels like you're managing a Fortune 500 company.
Yeah, and
it's nonstop.
To my point, you're delegating a lot of that. Like Coach K comes out.
But you are in charge of everything. You can delegate it if you want to, but you are in charge of everything that happens with your program.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm not saying it's easy, but I just wondered.
It's tough. It's tough.
They get compensated fairly, more than fairly.
I've heard.
Plus, you get all these Nikes, all these shoes.
Well, Nike schools, you get a Nike allotment. I assume Arizona's probably a Nike school. You get an allotment.
Nike.
You get an allotment that you spend, but you also, same thing, you share it with your assistants. That happens in the NBA too. Like Luke has a Nike allotment now that he shares with Bobby and Rex and Lindsay and the rest of the
share
stuff
with us on D-Lo and KC. Well,
not if he's heard the show.
Yeah, he wouldn't share with you. He'd share with me.
If he's heard the show.
On the flip side, Buddy wouldn't share anything with me.
Luke would share that Nike allotment with you and Jason Jones. That's for sure. As much as y'all two love Luke Walton, if we can ever get Luke on the show, though, Luke will be the only guest in show history with his own entrance music. From Arizona University, 6 foot whatever, Luke Walton. All right.
If we ever get Luke on the show, I'll give you 75 cents if you play that when he's on there.
Just 75 cents?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do it.
You're twisting my arm. 80 cents.
You give me one. You give me your gold bottle of Luke Belaire. And I'll play that for him. I'll play that when he comes on. Luke's not coming on this show, by the way.
I could get Luke on here, man.
You could. You get the job done. I've tried. I swing and miss. Kenny I've sent emails. Hey, you think we could blah, 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 blah. No, nothing. No response. Kenny sends a text. Hey, we got 10 minutes. Can you get in front of your computer, dude? We got 10 minutes. Like, what? Yeah, no. Tyrese is going to join us in 10 minutes, man. Let's go. Like, okay. Well, we know how to do, we know what to do now. Like, I won't reach out to anybody moving forward. You reach out to me.
I'm just saying, no. We cashed in one time today. We got another something lined up.
Okay, shout out
you. Come on now. Come on.
We like breaking the fourth wall. Shout out to our man Doug Brown, who Richaun mentioned in our conversation with us. He was the one who contacted us through social media and say, "Yo, we're working on a couple of things. We'd love for Richaun to be on your show." By the way, Terrence Mitchell of the Houston Texans, he was on the Cleveland Browns last year. He's going to join us on Monday.
Yeah.
So those are just a couple of things that we worked out, man. So we appreciate that. We appreciate Richaun Holmes. If you missed our conversation with Richaun Holmes, we'll be sure to run that back for you here as we enter the final hour of this program. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers Elk Grove Dodge. If you want to watch along for the final hour, you can. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, or of course the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We hope that you'll subscribe to us there and hang out. Do want to mention McQueen and the Violet Fog. They're sponsoring our 8-hour draft show.
Yes, go.
8 hours of draft coverage coming up 3 weeks from tomorrow. And I just read the San Francisco 49ers, they've got themselves a quarterback.
Let's go.
Nate Sudfeld.
I don't know who that is. Where'd he come from?
He came from
oh, you mean Nate?
Nate.
Yeah.
Nate. You know Nate. Nate Sudfeld. Nate. From down the street.
I remember seeing a tweet a long time ago when they're like, why the homies, they didn't say the homies, but why the homies always when they say somebody and you say you don't remember them, they say their name twice, like that's gonna make you remember them.
Nate. You know Nate. Nate.
And then they gonna tell you remember him, you just don't remember him. No, I tell you, I don't know who the guy is.
This said he played high school ball in Modesto.
Really?
He was on Philly. He was on the Eagles.
Oh, well, he's coming home. He's coming home to North Carolina.
Northern California.
Did I say North Carolina?
Yes, you did. Well, we've hit that stage of the show, folks. We've hit that stage. Kenny needs a Snickers bar. He's come home to North Carolina. Wow.
Northern California.
Dude,
man,
Nate Sudfeld, that's more quarterback acquisitions. By the way, we should mention this before there are some quarterback things that we should talk about here, but do want to mention this. The NBA, much like the NFL has already stated, much like some Major League Baseball cities are doing now, the NBA, there was a report today that they're expecting full arenas for next season. So we've got, what are we looking at? Probably early September start for the National Football League. They're looking at having full stadium capacities here. Wow. The NBA, that's usually mid-ish October around there. They're looking at full arenas. One's indoor. Some, football stadiums are indoors. Some are outdoors. All basketball arenas are indoors. There's going to be a process. It looks like there's going to be a screening process. It's funny. I was reading like they've partnered with a company called Clear. It's a biometric screening company. So this is what it's going to be like. Next
Joe
year.
Lacob's company?
The NBA may very well be implementing Joe Lacob's plan here a little later than Joe Lacob had expected, but. They very well may be implementing this plan here where it's funny because I remember getting a company email. It doesn't really apply to us because we don't go into the building. Like we do the show from home, but there are other like sister radio stations, KSFM, the N, like they've got radio personalities. Jesse, they go into the building.
Right.
And there's like this screening application that you have to go through. Now, the one that the NBA has is a little bit more advanced than the one that we have, but essentially it's a process to enter the building, and you can't enter the building until you've completed the screening process. That's what the NBA is going to be like. That's what the NBA is looking to do next year is you're going to have to go through the screening process before you can enter the Golden One Center.
Wow, that's interesting. Look, I was about to ask you, do you think they get it done? But it looks like
it's happening.
That's what we're doing.
This is happening. Yeah.
17,000 for opening night next year.
Well, I mean, think about how much it feels like a whole lot has changed over the course of the last few months. And so you can read a lot of positive things. You can read a lot of really scary things as it pertains to COVID.
Yeah.
I think what day is today? We're like a week away, I think, from testing supposedly being or not testing. Vaccinations. Being open to everybody. So if that rollout goes well, and President Biden said in a recent speech, and it's always good to put a date on something because that's always gone well. He said 4th of July. He's like, people want to know when this is going to end. He said, we'll circle the 4th of July. And hypothetically, let's say you do circle the 4th of July and plan that, and I'm sure there's some ulterior motives to making that the day that you circle. But if the first football game isn't for 2 months and the first basketball game isn't for 3 months after that, there might actually be some time to it's like we have to get reacclimated with society.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Like we have to get reacclimated of not having screens in front of us all day and and not having video cameras running, or cameras running and video streams going, and we've got to get acclimated with being around people and being around our coworkers and our friends and different things like that again. And that's a good buffer. Even if July, even if July is off by a little bit, even if it's August, you still got a little way to, you still have a little way to go before football games and basketball games are played.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I just kind of chuckled. I'm not going to go too far into it, but by saying July 4th, we'll be out of it. Like, are you going to? Well, is president going to come out July 4th? It's gone, guys. We're out of it. We're out of it.
No, I think what he said was, I know, if you want to circle a day, circle July 4th and think about, July 4th, you could probably have a barbecue with your friends. You could probably have a barbecue with your family. He didn't say it was going to be over. I think even Dr. Fauci said, once like daily COVID, I don't remember if it was testings or positives or whatever, get under a certain number. And I think the number was 10,000 per day, which sounds insanely high to me, but I guess in the scope of the country,
10,000 per day. Wow.
Maybe in the scope of the country, it's not. He was like, that's when you can probably feel pretty good about where we're at. Last I checked, and this was like over, I think we're at like 60. So I don't feel like we're close to that 10,000 marker, but I don't know, man. It feels like this virus evolves. So I don't know.
Look, I'm all in for hoping for the 4th of July. Let's get it done. I'm all for getting all these leagues back to having full capacity safely. Like, I hope so. I really do.
David, be a Golden One Center by the end of this month.
Well, yeah. What, next week? Next week?
I think maybe a little bit further.
They were hoping the 17th, right?
10 days from now.
Yeah.
And so the state's opening up, and then we looked. Oh, it was the Wolves and the Kings. I remember the conversation. Yeah. It was the Wolves and the Kings. They're on the road when the state opens up or indoor arenas. That first game, and I don't know if there's been I don't think there's been like a ticket announcement. No. I don't know that there's been like an all in. Here we go. I know the Kings put out a statement that day and says, "Hey, we're looking forward to whatever." John's a season ticket holder. John Bull, he's here in the chat. You could fill me in on if you've gotten any notices from the Kings. But the first game is April 20th. After those COVID restrictions are lifted. So Kings fans, you could be back in the building. I know that people went out to the watch party and outside of the arena. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool.
Got to crawl before you walk. And I guess that's what we're all doing is we're crawling.
Damon, this is a little off subject, just a little bit. Are you a brunch guy?
That's not a little bit off subject. That's way off subject. And like, how could you not be? How could you not be a brunch guy?
I'm definitely a brunch guy, but I say it because I was envisioning, all right, Kings in the playoffs.
Oh my God.
They got that 12 o'clock start on ABC. That'd be brunch time. We somewhere at brunch watching the Kings.
Okay. Wow. I don't know if Jazz is at the house. Can you bring my man something to eat? Like I think he's hungry. I think that's ultimately what's happening. We've had a North Carolina reference here. Now we're getting calls for brunch, and
I'm envisioning because I'm thinking about us being outside again. That's all I'm saying is the Kings get in the playoffs. We get outside. We're at brunch watching the Kings in the playoffs, al fresco.
What if it's a play-in? Can we still do it?
We can still do it. It ain't the playoffs though.
Can we have a brunch play-in?
Technically, if we're being technical, the play-in is during the week, so it won't be at 12 during brunch. They're gonna the season.
We got rules all of a sudden. We got rules for this.
No, well, the schedule. The season ends on like a Sunday. They're gonna play the play-in during the week, and the playoffs are gonna start on the following Saturday.
Are you only allowed to have brunch on the weekends?
Well, no. What I'm saying is, they're not going to play no games during brunch.
That's what I'm saying. If people have breakfast for dinner, could we have brunch
for dinner?
Could we have brunch? Yeah, your breakfast is like Legos. Do you or Egos? Not Legos. Egos.
Now, when the queen bee gets on the stove, we get some good eggs, some pancakes, some potatoes, hash browns, whatever your choice is, some sausage, some bacon, whatever your choice is. We get them blueberry muffins from Jiffy. It's all lit.
And
so,
how is that different than that's breakfast?
Yeah.
How's that different than brunch? Do you just add the mimosa and then you call it brunch?
Literally. Yeah, literally. That's all it is. That's all it is. That's the only difference is the alcohol. That's the only difference. And the time of day.
And the time of day. Yeah, that's 100% what that is. Yeah, if it's a playoff game, 12 o'clock tip, yep, we can go out for brunch right outside the arena and watch us some Kings basketball.
Let's go.
For sure.
You heard it first. D-Lo and Casey, we're going to be out there.
Brunch party there for brunch for the playoffs. We got a clever name for it. Brunch for the playoffs. I've got a champagne sponsor as well. We'll lock them up. Luke Belair, the cousin of McQueen in the Violet Fog. So we'll lock that up. We'll plan the party. We'll be ready to go. All we've got to do is get a playoff team. That's it. That's all. We've got brunch. We've got the champagne sponsor. We've got the location. We got the whole crew ready to come out and party. We just need a playoff team. That's the last thing that we need.
That's all we need. That's all we need. And when we come back, I need you to tell the people, if they didn't hear before, how insane is it that we're where we're at as Kings fans?
It's rough. It is so bad.
As they like to say, I forgot what Shaw was watching, so I can't even quote him. But it don't make no damn sense, is what they said.
Mm-mm. Yeah, no, we'll put this playoff streak in an entirely new context for you. Plus, if you missed our conversation with Richaun Holmes, we will run that back for you as well. If you want to get in on the phone lines, we got you. 916-349-1320. You could get in here on the chat on YouTube and Twitch as well. We are going commercial free until the top of the hour when we return here. It's D-Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. And we're clear.
Brunch is 9 to 3. I don't know about. Well, they're going to be playing they'll be playing the Jazz, so it might go on. I was assuming like they'll be playing the Lakers. The Lakers are what's going to get them at 12. But yeah, Jazz, Kings.
Jazz Kings on League Pass.
Yeah, that one is tough. Do I have a brunch outfit? I don't. You know what? I haven't been to brunch in years. It's been before my son was born, and he's 8 years old. So I need to get to a brunch, man. It was a little off topic, just a little, but it all fit back into the games. It all fed in.
Oh man!
But what you know about the Chelsea boots, though?
Oh, I meant to.
Chelsea boots. Chelsea. Mark Jones. I think Mark Jones would be hanging with us if he didn't have to call the game for brunch and mimosas. Mark Jones is
for sure. Mark Jones is super down.
Yeah, he be chilling with us.
Yeah, I meant to bring this up, Terrence. We most definitely will.
They're not suckering me in.
Kenny is good. There's just no making him feel better.
Now I will say this: a lot of people want to hear me on the 8-hour draft day show if they draft Mac Jones.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at that point, I'll be a little resigned to it. But what you really want to hear is if they throw a curveball and it says like Trey Lance or Justin Fields, then I might pull a Kyle Draper and fall out of the seat and knock down the microphone. That would be some kind of enjoyment.
Yeah, that is definitely high on Mark Jones' favorite lines.
In his bag is another one.
And the meter's still running. These clips Murph is sending me are making me laugh. And do crying.
in the bed.
Oh man.
Opening day in Laguna Youth Baseball tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
I feel like Reese might be getting that good old like Thursday prime time joint right there, man. Because it's Thursday. Usually they do it on Saturday, but they open it on Thursday.
Okay.
Prime time.
Big time, huh?
The kids are it's self pitch for the first time, and they like went through it yesterday. The walks, the amount of walks in these games is gonna be crazy.
Oh dear. Hey, what do you think about the reports? Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. They're going to be at Justin Fields' next pro day. Get his workout.
Gonna put some butts in the seat.
Can't fool me.
Is that we use a term in our Be Heard group that many are familiar with called performance activism, where it's a bit like disingenuous,
kind of like fake hustle.
It's the same thing. Is this performance observation here by John by John and Kyle?
Oh, for sure. They can't fool me, man. They can't fool me.
You are resigned to the fact that Mac Jones is going to be the next quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers.
They're like somebody mentioned a long time ago, like when somebody says something and you disagree, but you're trying to do it like in a polite way, they hit you with a yeah, no. It's like, I think he's a good guy. So that's what Kyle Shanahan, how are you passing on Fields? We're going to go see him tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We'll go see him. He's a good quarterback. Can't wait for that coach. Was it Ryan Day? Like, no, he didn't talk to us. Like, it's weird. Like, he didn't say a word to us. He actually sat up in the corner eating a sandwich.
What did our guy Saban say yesterday? I stood right next to Belichick. I didn't talk to him. No.
He didn't say a word. He actually said it.
He didn't ask me a thing.
Look. I love Nick Saban.
He didn't ask me a thing. He didn't ask me a thing. I said hi to him. John Lynch too.
Yeah. Man, I wouldn't even know what to do if you're talking to one of the greatest college coaches of all time, arguably the greatest college football coach of all time, and he sounds like this.
He didn't ask me a thing.
You're obviously thrilled that he's on the phone with you, but I know Dan Patrick talks to Nick Saban all the time, but there's very much this, like, if Richaun Holmes, it sounded like that. Like, Richaun, are we bothering? Like, do you want to call us back? if I called you and you picked up the phone like that, I'd be like, bro, you want to hit me back? Like, I didn't mean to catch you at a bad time, fam. Right. Just hit me back. We're good.
Yeah, Nick Saban, you gotta love him, or you don't. But I like him. I like Nick.
He didn't ask me a thing.
Nothing.
Didn't ask me a thing.
Who's more deadpan, Nick Saban or Bill Belichick?
Ooh.
I still think it's Bill Belichick.
Oh, bro. Did you?
He didn't ask me a thing. Didn't ask me a thing.
That's pretty. So I feel like Nick Saban is more disinterested. Bill Belichick, he's more like straight. Oh, it's close.
I don't think you can get Bill out of his zone, right? Like that's Bill Belichick all the time. You can fluster Nick Saban. What was the one with Maria Taylor?
He's not
coming in, so quit asking.
Yeah, he was furious.
You can fluster him.
Yeah,
I don't think you can fluster Bill Belichick.
Remember when didn't Bill Belichick once bring like diagrams during Deflategate to like a press conference, like, and he was talking about how like the cold air deflated a football or something like that.
I do remember that.
I was like, did that happen, or do I want to believe that happened? I'm not sure.
I
Which one
think
it
I do
was.
remember. That's up there with Al Davis with his
PowerPoint.
It wasn't even a PowerPoint. It was
the slide projector.
Yeah, the like old school. Like if you're went to elementary school in the mid 90s, you know what we're talking about, the little clear sheet thing. And he did that to show why he fired.
Teacher's got Sharpie all over her sleeve. His sleeve.
The overhead projector. Thank you.
There it
he
is.
did that to show why he fired. Was that?
I was thinking, was it Lane Kiffin or was it
Lane?
Okay.
It was Lane. Yeah.
Oh man.
Imagine somebody doing that today. The owner.
Oh, please. I'm begging somebody to do that today. That'd be in the Twitter era, that would be extraordinary. That clip would live forever. That would be up there with Brandon Marshall from yesterday.
Oh man. Remind me after the show. I got to get that clip.
I got to see how many. Oh, that's right. We're gonna store that one in the bank. I need to see how many times that Brandon Marshall clip has been viewed. See, now we're up to 3.7 million times that clip has been viewed.
Wow.
I love Chad Johnson's just looking at it like, man, who are you talking about?
And then he hits him with you guys are talking about what I've been saying. Huh?
Oh man. Like, Brandon, you're not making any sense, fam. Like, you look angry, but you are not making any sense. Brandon Marshall is a whole meme after that. Holy cow. Man, that was a for the culture moment right there with Brandon Marshall going nuts. Okay, so I guess we'll leave. We could leave Mac Jones out of the conversation for the rest of the day. We'll put that
talk
aside.
about Mac.
No, we could.
There.
No, ain't nothing there. I did have. I'll throw this one question at you. If you missed our conversation with Richaun Holmes, we'll run that back for you here in just a couple of minutes. We'll put the playoff drought in an entirely new context for you as well. We was talking about this earlier, thinking, Kyle Shanahan's plan. This is what we're going to do. Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be our quarterback. We're going to draft a new quarterback, and he's going to learn under Jimmy Garoppolo. I thought, is Kyle going to Fitzpatrick Jimmy Garoppolo? Like, if Jimmy comes out and he's playing well and the 49ers are winning, everything seems to be going well, 49er fans are smiling, does he go, hey, thanks, pal, have a seat? We're going to start Mac Jones here moving forward, similar to what Brian Flores did with Ryan Fitzpatrick and Tua Tagovailoa.
I can definitely see that. Right now, and I know this is just completing the heel turn. I'm basically...
No, you're full on heel. Like, you're Hollywood Hogan. You've got the beard going.
Yeah, I was about to say I was going to spray paint the beard, but it's already black.
You're there.
But,
yeah.
I mean, I don't put anything past Kyle Shanahan. In this particular situation, he seems so arrogant that, yeah, I could believe him saying, I'm ready to go, my guy. I'm ready to go, my guy. Nobody can stop me. Sounds like Blank Man.
I'll take movies that would not fly in 2021 for 500, Alex, or Aaron, or whoever's hosting it this week.
One of the main scenes, I'm not even going to say it, but one of the main scenes.
Can't.
That's what we're saying? That's what we're doing, Blank Man?
Yep.
Wow.
Can't do it. Blank Man would not fly today. Neither would the character. I'm scared to even say the character that he played on In Living Color. I feel like that'd get me a call into the office.
Yeah, don't even mention it. We all know what it is, and you cannot play that character.
We used to mimic it all. Like, you used to, man. Wow. It was just like the other day, dude. It's wild. It's like I went to the DMX playlist the other day. Where the hood at first, like, handful of bars, I was like, oh my God, we're gonna turn this off. No wonder the only song everybody plays is Y'all Gonna Make Me Lose My Mind. You can't play the other ones no more.
You can't play them.
Wow. Brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Yeah, nobody bringing it back. Yeah, Shanahan, I could easily see him pulling a Fitzpatrick on on Jimmy G. Because he wants his guy. He wants his guy. Now, in this alternate universe, if he took Trey Lance or Justin Fields, sure, go ahead. Go ahead. Pull up Fitzpatrick. I don't care.
It's only Mac Jones. It's only Mac Jones that you like. Yeah, like nobody wants this.
And can I say something here in defense of Mac Jones? Kyle Shanahan, if he goes through him and picks Mac Jones the way everybody believes he's going to, man, he's putting a lot of pressure on that young man. He is putting an enormous amount of pressure on him. Where basically it's like, okay, be better than Jimmy Garoppolo. And Jimmy Garoppolo went to a Super Bowl.
Yes, I agree. But it also could be, hey, man, stay healthy. Hey, play for 16 games.
But still be good.
You still got to be good.
Jimmy threw for like 3,500 yards, 3,800 yards a year. Like 30 touchdowns, 15 interceptions.
That's good. Like, that's not dynamic. That's good. The problem with
I need you to be better than that, though.
Well, the problem with Mac Jones is that's literally all he can do. Because he's not going to throw for 3,500 yards and run for a couple of hundred. I'm talking on the season. That ain't going to happen. Like, they're drafting a stationary quarterback. They're drafting a drop back quarterback. That's all they're doing.
Which nobody's doing.
Which nobody does.
No.
You can't name the last one who did it. The last one may very well have been Kirk Cousins.
Mm-hmm.
And when you talk about like really good top of the league quarterbacks, it ain't there. It ain't there. So
yeah, but he's putting a ton of pressure on this young man. And like I said, I try to catch myself because Mac Jones, the person or the player, I mean, I'm sure I don't think he'll be a scrub anywhere in this league, and I wish him the best, but he's not the best option at that position. So, yeah. Kyle Shanahan has guys like myself in Sacramento killing Mac Jones on a daily basis, and Mac didn't even do nothing.
No, we ain't the only ones, man. That's for sure. You look at Marcus Spears this morning. Like people are starting to get at like, why is this even a conversation? That draft boards get revealed and draft rankings get revealed, and you're like, why is Justin Fields at number 2 on all of these draft rankings, but he's like number 5 or 6 on a potential draft board? Some of y'all got him at 7, and you got teams trading up to get him. Why aren't we talking about Justin Fields at 2 instead of Zach Wilson? Why aren't we talking about Justin Fields at 3 instead of Mac Jones?
This will be the second time. This will be the second time that somebody that was a consensus like that, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, decided, no, we're good.
No. 3 weeks from tomorrow, the D'Lo and KC 8-hour draft day marathon brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog. And you want a marathon? Here's a marathon for you. 14 straight years the Sacramento Kings have missed the playoffs. We all know that number. We're all far too familiar with that number. There's a good chance it stretches to 15. Hopefully it doesn't, but let's, for argument's sake, say that it does stretch to 15. The next team on the list in terms of playoff droughts is the Phoenix Suns. They're at 10.
Okay, that's supposed to be done.
The New York Knicks are at 7.
That'll be done.
The Charlotte Hornets are at 4.
Probably done too.
So here,
four, bro.
4, right. The Chicago Bulls are iffy. They're in the play-in area, but we've decided that's not a playoff game, so that's fine. But they're a possibility to make it. But they're at 4. The Chicago Bulls right now, they're 4 straight seasons of missing the playoffs. The Atlanta Hawks are at 3. They're going to make it.
Yeah.
Memphis is at 3. Ja Morant suffered an injury last night. We'll see we'll see how all that shakes out. Even if he stays healthy, we'll see how this thing with the Memphis Grizzlies stay out. But there's a very real scenario. At best, the Sacramento Kings missed the playoffs this year, and their streak extends to 15. And the second longest streak in the NBA will be 5.
Come on, man. Come on now.
It'll be 15, and number 2 will be 5.
That's almost inconceivable.
Man. And if they don't make it, if Chicago does make the playoffs, the second longest streak will wind up being 3.
Come on. Who's that?
It'll be all of these teams. It'll be Minnesota,
Orlando,
it'll be Washington. It's probably going to be New Orleans and Cleveland. None of those teams are going to make the playoffs.
That's sad, man. That's really sad. that ain't no much I can say after that. That's sad. That's Will Z. This is still just as sad the second time.
I feel bad. Like, the Kings are going to be number 1 on this list, and there's not going to be a close second. I don't envy the task that Monty McNair has. Like, this is difficult because he has to deal with guys like me and many Sacramento Kings fans. Yes, they talk about, like, don't talk to us about being patient. I don't care that you just got here, you know, the day before last. We've been here. As a matter of fact, to Monty, to his front office, to Luke, to all of those guys, they're guests. This is our house. You're a guest in our house right now at this point. Now, we realize that you're here to kind of clean up the mess, but you're a guest in our. Don't come into my house and tell me to be patient. We get it. You got to go through some off seasons. You got to go through some drafts. You got to go through all of this. Just don't preach patience to me. Luke Walton, when your team stinks on a regular basis, don't talk to me about patience. This is the same squad that you had last year. Why can't y'all get it together? Was Tyrese Halliburton that influencing on this roster that he's just thrown up everything that you guys, built last year? You can't do that. So I understand that these guys, and whether it's Monty, whether it's Luke, or whether it's another coach next year, they're in a tough spot because, again, 15-5.
Oh.
15-5. That's brutal. And so I feel for Monty McNair. I know it's tough. It's tough.
He better figure it out.
They all better figure it out. If it's Luke moving forward, they better figure it out. This damn team better figure it out. They better figure it out by tomorrow.
Yeah. Damian, what I mentioned yesterday. Look, all the participation trophies, we need to be done with that.
Mm-hmm.
It's time to win, man.
Yeah.
It's time to win. Like you always say, they didn't lower the bar. You better find a way to get over that bar, and that won't end the playoff drought, so to speak. But we should be getting some extra games around here.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. So does Richaun Holmes. Richaun Holmes joined us earlier on D-Lo and KC, and we talked to him about a number of things, including what part of his game he wants to work on and improve the most.
For me personally, I just think shooting the 3-ball that I've always focused on, one to get better and one to improve on, and something I continue working on. So I think that's definitely something to me.
Explain that a little bit to me, Richaun, because when I got introduced to you when you were in Philly and seeing your game, and even in Phoenix, it seemed like you shot the 3-ball, and then you look at how you shoot free throws, you shoot it as well as, if not better than anybody on the squad. So when you say you want to shoot the 3-ball better, is it just maybe get more looks at it or get more reps to get more comfortable with shooting the 3-ball?
I think it's a mixture of both, just getting some game time reps as well as, just continue to putting in the work in practice, so, when the time comes, I'll be ready for the opportunity and, it'll happen.
Mm-hmm. Is there a way that you could turn a 3-point shot into a push shot? Because if you'd arguably,
that's the first time somebody's asked me that.
you would be the greatest 3-point shooter in history if you could figure out a way to do it.
You never know. I might try it one day. I just might try it one day and see if I can get the feel for it. So maybe be on the lookout.
We'll take that as a shout out to us if you ever do it in a game.
Right. Absolutely.
How much of defense we were just talking about, and we know this is not exactly a glowing time to be talking about defense with the Sacramento Kings, but for you, like, how much of defending is instinctual?
I think it's a lot of it, honestly, and how defense becomes instinctual, especially in the NBA because there's so many talented players. You really have to watch a lot of film. I know myself, I'm more of a visual learner. And so I had to watch a lot of film just to try to, put myself in the best position to try to play good defense, because it's going to be hard to stop players at this level. So, you have to just try to take every advantage you can get, honestly.
You've had some big time blocks this year, Richaun, and they've been timely. There's a couple of late fourth quarter ones. Is there a defensive stop that stands out to you at all?
I'm not sure if there's like a particular defensive stop. I just know a game I think about is the fourth quarter in Boston earlier. I just remember how on the string we were as a team, how we were communicating, we were in the right spots, we were covering for each other. And that's just a particular game that performance as a team, that defensive performance, I think was one of our best of the season.
Right.
It's interesting. You use that term on a string. I feel like we've heard that a couple of times here this year. What has to happen for, you and your teammates to really be in sync and on that string defensively that you're talking about?
And like I said, we just have to continue to, watch film and really dive into the mental side of it, because we have a lot of athletes on our team, guys who can move their feet and, be in places and make spectacular plays on the defensive end. I just think we have to dive more into the mental side, with some young guys there, and we just have to understand, how we have to guard every possession throughout the 48 minutes of an NBA game.
So, Richaun, take us just a little bit into the locker room here, because you guys had a tough loss against Minnesota. You've lost 4 straight at this point, and we're all frustrated here. But trust me, I know nobody's more frustrated than you and your teammates in that locker room. But you look at the situation, and regardless of how you're getting there, you're still in this mix for the play-in game, still in this mix for any seed between 7th and 10th. What's the mentality right now? Is it just kind of, hey, shake it off and we're going to go from here and keep moving and try to reach our goal? Well, how's the vibe in the locker room right now?
Most definitely. We understand that, we haven't played the type of basketball we needed to play in order to win at this level, especially, trying to push for the playoffs. And so I think for us, it's about going in and, just focusing on the mistakes that we can control, mistakes that we're making, live ball turnovers, things of that sort. We just focusing on, little things, because it's a very slim margin for error for us right now. And so we're just trying to do our best to, focus on the things we do well and maximize those things while minimizing the mistakes we can control.
What will be the focus today at practice? It's a rare 2 days in a row where you guys haven't played a game, just with this compacted schedule being the way that it is. What will practice be like today when you guys get on the floor?
I think it's going to be a lot of film, watching where we went wrong the last few games, getting the chance to just debrief and, talk about different coverages and different things of that sort. And then, going to get out on the floor and, just try to run through some things, I think, so that our bodies can have the memorization, after we, get our minds through it and just get some muscle memory working and, just come out during the next game with kind of refreshed and ready to go.
Richaun, I've heard a couple of times this year where, when it seemed like maybe you guys were flat, that people, and Doug Christie on the call saying that the fans would really help out here. And you're a guy that plays with a lot of emotion. And when you get a big play and you get a big dunk, you're showing it. You're screaming to the crowd. You're getting that juice, that energy. There's a possibility of fans being let in within the next couple of weeks. Do you think that'll benefit you guys in a major way coming down the home stretch to have that crowd giving you maybe that extra push on a defensive end or extra rotation or whatever the case may be?
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt, they don't call the fans the sixth man for no reason. It's big time. I can't understate enough how much we miss the fans being in the arena, to punctuate those plays. So hearing the news that fans can be let back in the arena is hopefully operating at full capacity by next season. It's amazing to hear. We look forward to it. Can't wait to welcome the fans back at the Golden One Center. It's gonna be amazing.
Wow.
Your mom has been a tremendous bridge between you and the fans. Like, what was your reaction the first time the game wraps up? You go, you check your phone, and you see the first "we win" video.
To me, it was just her. Like that's just my mom. Like that's what she does. You know, she always finds a way just to bring positive energy to anything that me or any of my brothers are involved in. You know, like that's just always how her and my father have been for the longest. And anything that we've done, they've always just shown amazing support and making sure they bring positive energy to it.
Yeah. Now, look, Richaun, I just want to say I mentioned it about a week ago. I think it was after the first San Antonio game. And I'm going to, for all of Sacramento, I'm going to give my own little recruiting pitch here. They love you here in Sacramento. Okay. They love Richaun Holmes here in Sacramento. So we're hoping that we can see you guys in the playoffs, and we're hoping that you stay around a little while longer. I'm just saying, Richaun, I'm just throwing it out there. Stay a little longer.
No doubt. The feeling's definitely mutual. You know, the love between me and Sacramento, you know, definitely can't be understated. You know, love the fans here, love the people here, love the city. So it's all love.
Yeah. At the same time, bro, get that bag.
Yes.
Get that bag, bro. You've earned it.
Secure that joint.
You've earned it. Before we let you go, you've gotten you're also involved with Autism Awareness Month and WeRockAutism.com. Can you tell me how that came about real quick?
Well, for me, that actually came about. It's an associate of mine named Doug Brown, and you know we work very closely with him, and he's done a lot for me and my family. And him and his wife actually found out that their son Logan was diagnosed with autism, and so he came to me with the whole idea, and you know I just decided to partner with him and launch a T-shirt sale at WeRockAutism.com. Where 100% of the proceeds, you know, go back to the UC Davis Mind Institute. And for me, you know, it was close to home, like I said, because, you know, somebody that I work very closely with, you know, was impacted by it. So I just wanted to do anything that I can, you know, get involved with it and, you know, just help out.
That's good stuff, man. 100% of the proceeds go to UC Davis Mind Institute. It's WeRockWithAutism.com. Go check that out. And Richaun, man, we're not embarrassed to say we're fans. Stay healthy. Good luck the rest of the season, man. We're rooting for you.
Oh, yes, sir. I really appreciate that. And thank you guys for having me.
That's Richaun Holmes of your Sacramento Kings there. And I should point this out for those listening on the radio. You heard us talking about his mom there. His mom made a surprise appearance here in the chat. When we had Richaun on earlier in the show, much to the delight of everybody, especially Kenny and myself. When we saw that name pop up, we were like, "Hey!" I think I was more excited when Dr. Holmes popped up in the chat than when I found out Richaun was going to join the show. But we're big fans of them. I know Dr. Holmes has just done an incredible job of integrating herself and her family into this community, and it's just one of those things that Kings fans are always going to love, and it can't have nice things. It feels like this team is in a kind of a salary cap problem. It's like, you know, we tell Richaun doesn't need to take a discount for the Sacramento Kings. He doesn't owe the Sacramento Kings anything. Mm-hmm. I don't know what his offers are going to be around the league, but I think there's going to be probably at least two, maybe 3 or 4 teams who are going to throw more money at him than the Kings will.
I think they're going to find a way to pay him.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right.
Find a way to pay him and pay him accordingly. You know, not hometown discount or anything like that. I think they'll find a way to pay him. I know that I've maybe waffled a little bit back and forth about whether he should be a starting center off the bench. Actually, I think he can be a starting center. I just think he needs a little more help around him as far as like size. Mm-hmm. Like you don't want to wear him down. So I think he can be a starting center in this league. He has shown, I already loved him, but he's shown a lot in this season to show like, yo, this guy, he can consistently be 15-8 or 15-10 or something like that and give you, and then go crazy in certain games where he's like 24 points, 15 rebounds, 7-7 from the field. You know what I mean? Something crazy like that. So I hope he gets his money. I think it's going to be here with Sacramento. Mm-hmm. And I think they'll find a way to make it happen.
I hope so. And I think as it's kind of as the roster is constructed, it's like, man, it's probably going to have to be some moves that need to be made. I mean, maybe you can get him in here with that deal with the hopes that you move some other pieces, but resigning, keeping Richaun Holmes in a Kings jersey this offseason isn't going to be Monty McNair's only order of business, assuming that's even Monty McNair's, a top order of businesses. We've talked about with or without Richaun Holmes, this team has they lack size, and that's something they have to address, which is kind of the weird outlook of this upcoming free agency, because I don't know that there's a outside of I don't know how many starting centers, ones that can do what Richaun Holmes, are going to be available this upcoming free agency. There's not going to be much of any. So I said this yesterday and laughed. I'm going to say it again. You need like a Hassan Whiteside type. It's what you need. You need a big body. I don't know Andre Drummond, I doubt would be interested in coming here, but you need a big body who could be physical and work down in the low block. And I don't know that player's out there.
Can I ask you a crazy question?
Crazier than a Hassan Whiteside type, sir?
Well, it's along the same lines. If they brought back Hassan Whiteside on a small 2-year deal, like a cheap 2-year deal, that'd be the worst thing in the world.
No, I mean he's essentially on a minimum deal right now, right?
He's on a minimum. Maybe.
Are you talking about a little bit more than that?
Yeah, because I'm just assuming, I'm playing worst case scenario. They got to give him a little more than a minimum this year. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world.
It's not. It's not.
To be
it's not the worst thing in the world. No,
to be
it's not
a
the worst thing in the world.
And you're talking about they need size and things of that nature.
But you have him now, and I don't know. I know I don't know how sore my man's knee is, but you had him this year. I feel like he's gotten DNP CDs. He's just played. He's been healthy in games that he just hasn't played. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure if that was strategy, mentality. I'm not sure. I don't know what it was. Yeah. If you plan to use him differently, I don't have a problem with it at all. In terms of locker room, I love Hassan Whiteside. He's a character that seems to be very, very, very well liked.
Yeah.
Dude, I love it. I'm with
Whiteside.
I'm with it.
I just say that because I don't know, in thinking about Whiteside, I don't know what the market is for him next year. It's not like people are clamoring, Whiteside, got to get him.
Yeah.
I don't think that's to be the case. So I think there is going to be a situation where he'll be there for you if you want him.
Hassan is going to wind up having one of the strangest careers in NBA history. Getting drafted here, going elsewhere,
second round, right?
Out of the league. Yeah. And then he's out of the league, and then he's, back, and he's thriving. But there are all these, he's kind of a weird, not weird guy. It's just he seems to rub some people. It doesn't work with an organization like Miami.
No.
And we know who Miami is. Miami has a way. Kings don't have that way. Miami has a way. But he was good.
Mm-hmm.
And then, he winds up in Portland. You got that situation. He winds up back in here in Sacramento, league minimum deal. And it's wow, this is a really, really strange career where it has this really solid peak. It has this you're really low. It builds. It has a really good peak. And then it just drops right back down.
Right.
It's right. I don't know. That's
got paid.
Yeah, he did.
Get paid in a major way.
He did.
So, good for him. I got a text during the interview from my cousin. Shout out to my cousin Isaac. Just turned 21 a couple of days ago. Shout out to him. Let me give him some air horns. Yeah. And he just turned 21, and he was like, "Yo, that was a sick stat you guys just read about the playoffs." Oh. And I was like, I got to thinking, he's a big Kings fan, right? And I got to thinking, I was like, wait a minute, hold up. You just turned 21. You have no recollection of the playoffs, do you? And he's like, no, I was 6 when they made the playoffs. My poor young bull, Isaac, has never really even seen Kings playoff basketball.
He was 6. Now he can go buy alcohol. that's just so like upsetting. Like you think
Oh boy.
like Reese wasn't even alive. Like you know, my godson said he might have been born No, he's a little bit older. He wouldn't have no recollection though. You know, my nephew, same thing, no recollection. It's these are teenagers. These are kids who could drive now. My nephew could drive. You don't know nothing about the Kings making the playoffs.
The last time the Kings were in the playoffs, I was in my senior year in college, living in the Bay Area. Since then, I moved back to Sacramento, moved back to the Bay Area, moved to LA for 10 years, have been back in Sacramento for 4 years, and they still ain't made the playoffs since.
Okay. I don't think I can one up that. That's a lot, but I can. Let's see. I went to move to Knoxville. Found out the Monarchs were going to disappear. Never moved back to Sacramento. Moved to Connecticut. Spent years there. Came back to Sacramento. Moved back to Connecticut. Spent time between Connecticut and Washington D.C. before finally coming back here. I think you got me beat. That's during the time in which
that's a hell of a map there that you.
My run just went. My run stretched further, like on the other side of the country than yours did. Yours stayed here, but I think you moved a little bit more than I did.
Damn, I remember that playoff run too.
I remember leaving that playoff game thinking, I wonder if they could pull this off. Little did I.
Game 6.
Little did I know.
Game 6 against the Spurs, right? And that's a series that was the Kevin Martin. Yeah, they like pushed the Spurs, right? They pushed them.
I don't mean to laugh at Andy's.
Andy.
Andy's been married and divorced since they last made the playoffs.
Oh man, I bet there's a lot of people like Andy.
There's 15 years is a long time. That's a long time. Okay. I mean, 15 years. Hey, you gave it a good run. I mean, my goodness, you gave it a good run, Andy.
I didn't know the Queen Bee when they were in the playoffs. I think we had just started dating. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Well, Bonzi Wells era, our test.
They beat up the Spurs in game 4 of that series, and they went back to San Antonio. And that game 5 was like down to the last minute, I think. I feel like Brent Berry hit it like a 3 with like 30 seconds left.
Yeah.
Else they would have took that one, and it's like, well, they're going to come back home and send it to game 7. And the Spurs kind of worked them in game 6.
The Kings have been chasing their tail since firing Rick Adelman. Like ever since the hiring of Eric Musselman, like that's been it. Like that was it. You were, the Kings were the opposite, or the Maloofs or whoever it was. They were the opposite of Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick did things a year too early rather than a year too late.
Mm-hmm.
And there had always been strong rumors before the Kings fired Rick Adelman that Phil Jackson wanted to be here. He wanted to coach this team. And no, we're happy. We're good. We're good with Rick. We could get where we want to go with Rick.
Yeah.
And Eric Musselman.
Rick went to the playoffs when he left too. Went to Houston and went to the playoffs.
Dude, Rick, I mean, Rick was phenomenal, including Sacramento. He was phenomenal everywhere he went.
Let me ask you a question.
Was he in Minnesota too?
I think he was in Minnesota. I don't think he made the playoffs there, but he was in Minnesota. But let me ask you a question, and I'm help me with this. I want to say Luke Walton is the most hated coach in this run, and I don't want to use hated. I don't think that's accurate. But let's just, for the argument's sake, because we're running out of time, let's just use hated. What if the most hated coach in this last 15 breaks the streak?
I don't care. I'll take it. I don't care. It doesn't bother me a bit. Can you name? We have about a minute. Do you think you could name every coach since Rick Adelman?
Nah, I'll miss some. I'll
like
try. There's Matt, Smart, Musselman, Theus, Eddie Jordan.
Eddie Jordan was before Rick Adelman.
Oh, okay. And then Carl Yeager and Luke Walton. I got 8.
I
There's
think
more
you,
than 8.
you left. I think you left. I don't know
I
if you
got
said
9 actually. There's more than 9.
I think you left out the most obvious one. Did you say Mike Malone?
No, I didn't say Mike Malone.
And I don't know if you said Key Smart. If you said
I
Key
said
Smart,
Malone
Kenny
is
Nat.
the one I missed. Yeah, I got Kenny Nat.
So the only one you missed was
Tyrone Corbin.
I actually thought you said Corbin. There's a lot of 1-year streaks in here for these coaches.
There's like a couple of 3-month streaks.
Good news, Andy. The Kings have been married in divorces from all of their coaches over the course of the last 15 years. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We appreciate Richaun Holmes for joining us. If you missed that conversation, check out the podcast available on the Odyssey app, available on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, wherever you get podcasts from. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hit the thumbs up before you go. Hit the subscribe button as well. Do the same thing on Twitch, and we will see you here tomorrow. Deuce and Mo will be with us. We'll get you ready for the Kings and Pistons as well. That's all here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
All right, that's a wrap for the show. We still got to record those spec spots.
Yes, sir.
Oh man,
Giants bullpen doing what they do. Wasting another very good outing.
All right, guys. I'm sorry to do this to you. I love you. We have to go though. We've got to record something for a potential client, and then I have a meeting with Danny in San Francisco where I beg for us to have more stuff here on ESPN 1320. I hate cutting the chat off this soon after the show, but
we are going to be here Friday for a little longer.
We are going to be here for a minute, so make your plans to be with us. Hit the thumbs up before you leave. But yeah, we're talking. You know what I was just about to say? He ain't even here. He ain't watched all day. I swear he ain't seen a show since I was by myself, and he's chiming in. So just a friendly reminder, Danny in San Francisco, we're gonna record something for you here real quick. I know we're set to meet. So
Danny out here making money moves.
I'll be begging here quickly. But we love y'all. We appreciate y'all, man. As always, thanks for making today fun, and we'll see you tomorrow at noon.
Take care.